Today's topic is going to be about Enoch, why Enoch was removed, why Enoch is a threat to the modern day agenda. And you're going to learn some about Enoch today that you never learned before. And before we get into that, let me just say that today's topic is going to be about Enoch representing Ascension versus NASA representing astronauts. So both are talking about visiting the quote unquote heavens, or what you call space today. But we're going to be making comparisons today and getting a lot of clarity on why one was deleted and on why one is the popular concept today under NASA and the papal system, the papacy. Now, before we get into any of that, I want to start off, as always, with my introduction. And for my introduction, I would like to let it be known that if you show up today and give me your valuable time, and I tell you a bunch of stuff that you've already heard before, then guess what, my friend? I wasted your time. So if you think you come into a stream today where the normal ideologies will be reinforced, you're wrong. Today, I'm going to say some stuff you probably never heard before. Okay? And that's okay. That's okay. Because we don't know everything. And some of the stuff we don't know, we never heard before. So I would like everyone to take both of their hands and make a circle, just like this. And I want you to repeat after me. Everything I know and everything I think I know is represented by the space inside of this circle. However, I must remember that there is more to know than the things that are inside this little circle that we're making with our hand. Is everyone tracking with me? Everything you know and everything you think you know is represented by the space inside this circle. That 1% of all there is to know in the universe, that's based upon the laws of physics. That's everything we've been taught since children, based upon science and coordination with religion. Everything I'm about to teach you today would be considered pseudoscience, but I would recoin it as cutting edge science. Let me explain. The Institute of Berkeley and the University of Harvard discovered years ago that the human consciousness, the part of us that thinks, is detachable from the body. Today we got to talk about the CIA and Project Stargate and some of the research that has proven that the thing inside of you called a soul is its own separate entity from the body. And this will also go into why the Book of Enoch was removed from the Bible and why Jesus was created today to replace Enoch. Well, Brother Sanchez, what do you mean by Jesus replacing Enoch? Enoch is just a prophet. Jesus is God. That's where you're wrong. Enoch was considered a god before Jesus. By definition, a god is one that has ascended up to heaven. That's it. Did you know that? Did you know that you can be a prophet and an apostle, but not be a god? But a god can be a prophet and an apostle, just like Enoch. What made Enoch a god versus just a mere prophet? The act of ascending to the heavens, just like Jesus did, is what makes one a god. So if you go and research anything about theology, any entity that ascends up to the heavens can righteously bear the title of God. Now today, the title of God in modern terms would literally be astronaut, because the modern term space is equivalent to the ancient term heavens, plural. Because what Enoch spoke about was not what the papacy teaching you guys today, which is that there is one heaven. Enoch explained a layered system of heavens, plural, above us, and that is very important because what we call Enochian mythology today is just cutting edge science. What do I mean by that? Cutting edge science is the science that we know is fact, but the public isn't ready for it yet. We can't just introduce it to society because just because we know something is true, it doesn't mean that the public is ready for that. Or that would change everything we know it overnight. We'd have to be a gradual progression of change. We're not just going to rewrite all of the Bibles and science books overnight. So what do I mean by cutting edge science? Cutting edge science has proven parallel realities. And as we prove parallel realities with cutting edge science, what we're proving is that the ancestors were smarter than us because they was talking about what we're just figuring out long time ago. And the Book of Enoch is one of those books. It teaches about parallel realities. See, the modern term parallel realities is the ancient term heavens. When ancient people looked up in the sky, they didn't say that above them was space. When they looked at the stars and all of the galaxies and all of that, they didn't say, look at all of those stars and planets and galaxies. People in Enoch time said, look at all of those gateways to heaven. So every light we see in the sky, according to ancient people, those weren't physical objects. They were simply stargates. Shouldn't say simply because a stargate ain't simple to explain, but I'm going to make it simple right now. Let me give a shout out to Dolph Obama first. And let me read the first super chat. And let me thank the first sponsor of today's broadcast, Dolph Obama. He says, much love, bro Sanchez, and appreciate the work and time you put in. Appreciate you guys who appreciate me. So check this out, right? When our ancestors looked up at the stars, they didn't say, look at those stars. They said, look at those stargates. Our ancestors looked at the stars as gateways to parallel realities that they call heavens and that the Egyptians call ethers. Today we call them parallel realities. Today we look up at the sky and we're understanding that every light is a one single individual parallel earth that is part of a network in what we call the multiverse. And every star in the sky is a doorway to heaven. So when the ancestors looked at stars, they looked at stars as star gates. The concept of looking at a light in the sky today and calling it a star is a papal concept and a modern concept that was given to us by Freemasons in Egypt, starting with Ptolemy Soter. And you can research the Ptolemies in Alexandria, Egypt, and you can see how the globe version of Earth was even created. But we're not going to go into all that. It's neither here nor there. Everyone know the ancients were flat earthers. Enoch was a flat earther. And their concept of the sky was different than people who believe in quote unquote space. So space is a Roman Empire concept that was forced upon us when the papacy took over. But prior to the concept of space, we had a concept of the heavens, plural. And John of Patmos speaks of this concept as well as Enoch. This isn't a concept that's exclusive to biblical prophets. This is a concept that we can find throughout the Eastern world, in Mesopotamia, and we'll go into these as well. We'll sync all of that together today. This is just the intro. What we got to realize, people, is that what Enoch represented was a direct gateway to the sky, to the heavens, to the stars, without a program called the space program and rocket technology. This is what we got to realize, that the idea of a space program or a network of educational institutions and technological institutions that are working in conglomerate efforts to get humanity to the sky, to get humanity to the heavens. This concept isn't new. In other words, the space age concept is a plagiarized form of the concept of ascension. Now, way before Jesus resurrecting on a cross and ascending to heaven by giving up what they call the ghost, people talked about, how do we get off Earth? There was always a question of, can humans go up there or to the stars? Can we go to the heavens, to the stars? This idea of going to the stars existed before NASA. It existed before the papacy and modern concepts of what we call space. And the reason I link the Catholic Church and the papacy in the bed with NASA is because what we call the Catholic Church is the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire was a barbaric empire. What is the definition of a barbaric empire? A barbaric empire were civilizations that lacked spirituality. Everything I'm telling you right now is very important before we get deep. What created a barbarian civilization were people that weren't civilized, and not being civilized was a direct result of not having a spiritual system or a morality code. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, there were civilizations on the earth that had no idea of the soul that reside within man. Can you imagine growing up in an empire where they don't teach you about the immortal soul inside of you and how special you are? Can you imagine? Well, that's what you growing up in today. It's called America, silly. That is the Roman Empire. We're literally born in the Roman Empire today. The papacy is in charge, but what we call the Catholic Church is the Roman Empire. And the reason I want to bring up the Roman Empire, what separated people born under the Roman Empire from the rest of the world, is that when the Roman Empire conquered a tribe or conquered a group of people, it disconnected them from the heavens. I pause right there so you can let that sink in. People all around the world have a connection to the stars. Well, Sanchez, how is that true if they don't have a space program and rockets to get them there? It's because of something called astral projection and out-of-body experience. Your soul is a ball of light, and all of the stars we see in the sky are black holes. And when you dream, the consciousness that is in your body leaves your body, and it travels through one of those stars in the sky. And when it enters that stargate, that portal, it seats itself inside of your body that exists in a parallel reality. Now, let me slow down and break this down to you. According to our ancestors, we are living out multiple realities at one time. And that when you dream, you actually visit parallel realities where there's another version of you living out an entire different timeline and series of events. Now, guess how we can prove this? How we can prove this is for the fact that when you are in a dream, no one can convince you in a dream, because when the consciousness shifts to a parallel reality, that reality becomes real, but it doesn't mean this reality is fake. In other words, the paradox of the multiverse is that there can be multiple realities carried out at the same time, and that there's another you. Well, there's a bunch of yous in a bunch of different earths living out their own little lifetimes. And right now, if you go and dream, you're literally leaving this earth and you're going into a parallel reality, and experiencing one of these alternative realities. And this is what the prophet Enoch was teaching us in the book of Enoch. And why was the book of Enoch removed from the Bible? Because the book of Enoch goes into deep detail about the journey of consciousness through the astral realms and the nature of the heavens, and not the stars, but the stargates. The people who got rid of Enoch also got rid of the concept of non-physical stars being stargates, being portals for consciousness to leave the earth and tap into parallel reality. See, our modern scientists have just started the conversation of simulations, parallel realities. The idea of a multiverse is brand new to us today. But what if I told you that all of these concepts were very old concepts to the Mayans, to the Egyptians, to the Hindus, and to the old world Christians, who wouldn't have been called Christians, by the way? They would have been called Gnostics. See, the word Gnostic comes from the word knowledge, knowing. And we serve an all-knowing God, not an all-believing God. You Christians were never believers until the Roman church took over and made us turn all of these stories like Enoch into literal interpretations. So with that being said, let me hop right into my lecture so I can show you exactly what the Roman Catholic Church did, how they transformed prophets and gods like Enoch, like John of Patmos and Jonah. Yeah, these were all archetypes of resurrection before Christ. They were removed and retranslated by King James because they represent the true path of ascension, or what we call resurrection, before Jesus Christ. Now, this is very important because you need to realize that the story of resurrection under Jesus Christ is a very new story. And what you got to realize is that people in the pre-Jesus world, in the world of Moses, before Christ existed, because Moses is older than Christ, Enoch is older than Christ. There are books in the Bible that spoke about the path of resurrection before Christ existed. In fact, the alphabet that we call J was just invented in the 1600s, so you wouldn't have even had Jesus. It would have been called Eosis, which is a goddess by the name of Isis to the Egyptians. And these old archetypes of resurrection, the reason they were removed is because they taught us that resurrection was a direct path from our soul to the heavens, to the stars, that there was no medium, there was no mediary. In other words, we didn't need a middleman to get to heaven, that the soul inside of your body can access the heavens right now with the proper spiritual techniques that we call meditation, which is what the papacy took away from us, and they replaced it with prayer. We didn't pray. We got out of our bodies and we went to parallel universes. We traveled to the past, the future. The Mayan were prophets. They were able to tell you what was going to happen before it happened by harnessing our gift of deja vu. Deja vu is a gift of the gods. And if you've ever had deja vu, guess what? You're a god. You're what Enoch is. There are some people on the earth that we call mankind. They are a kind of man, but they ain't really human, because the ancient definition of human, according to old world people, was a sentient being. Now listen, I know I'm giving you a lot in my introduction, but I take it that you're an advanced group of people listening, and that if you're here, you already vibrate on an advanced level, so you should be able to track what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, science today puts man in what's called the animal kingdom. If you ask about what type of being man is, they will tell you he's a mammal in the animal kingdom. This wasn't what ancient people did. The Mayans, the Egyptians, they said that man and woman were God and goddess. So in the ancient world, they didn't look at men and women as chunks of meat in the animal kingdom. They looked at you as an immortal being with a soul that can transcend what we call the physical realm. And transcending what we call the physical realm is what we call resurrection, ascension, and in modern terms, out-of-body experiences. Now, I don't know if many of you ever lucid dreamed, if you ever astral projected, if you ever been in a dream and said in the dream, damn, I'm dreaming right now, but you didn't wake up. You explored the dream knowing that you were dreaming. I've done that. There are people that are good at this. They have deja vu a lot. They astral travel a lot. They lucid dream a lot. In the 1940s, people like y'all was worth gold to Stanford University, Berkeley Institute, and to the CIA. In the 40s, before the space program started, everyone knew that the only way you can leave the earth was through a psychological experience that we call a OBE today. And this is why we got to talk about Enoch. Enoch is a very vivid book. I mean, the thing about the Book of Enoch is it don't bite its tongue. It literally blatantly tells you what the earth is. You're in a simulation. It tells you what the stars is, which are 7 gateways. And it tells you about the nature of parallel realities way before we had the scientific term parallel reality. Ancient people knew about parallel realities, but they called it heavens. They called it heavenly planes or ethereal planes, or in some cultures, they called it the astral realms. And they told stories about realities that were taking place simultaneously as this one take place. And a lot of the things we read in mythology and theology didn't take place in what we call the physical realm. There was a time on earth where people were so good at detaching consciousness from the body, like the Egyptians and the Babylonians, who were deleted from history, who were the creators of Neuralink brain-computer interfaces. Those big ugly hats that you see the pharaohs and Olmecs walking around wearing, that's technology that was deleted. They want us to believe that ancient people, right, were primitive, jungle dwellers, barefoot, that people walking in the jungle with leaf skirts on built stone pyramids that we can't reduplicate with all of our technology. It's because they deleted history from the past. If you only believe what the people in power is telling you, you will never see the truth. So I'm giving you an intro today to set your mind to receive what I'm about to give you with my breakdown. So let me slow this down, summarize, and get into this thing. What we need to know before we get into this is why Enoch was removed. What we need to know before we get into this, how Enoch exposes NASA, because that answers the question why it was removed. NASA is teaching us about space and a bunch of physical galaxies in the sky. But the Book of Enoch teaches us that every little light you see twinkling in the sky is a stargate and a gateway to a parallel reality. And guess what? Cutting edge science, we ain't ready for this yet. Guess what we're figuring out? There's life after death. Don't you know that the story of resurrection was to teach us about life after death by believing in Jesus and following the papacy? Let me break some down on you because this is the summary to my introduction. The reason they got rid of the Book of Enoch, because the Book of Enoch teaches us that immortality is something that is innate, I-N-N-A-T-E. Immortality is something that's innate within us, meaning that barking is something that a dog does naturally. All right, let me give you a crazy example to make this make sense for you. Barking is something that a dog does naturally. It ain't gotta ask for it. It don't gotta learn to do it. It's a dog. It barks. It does that naturally, right? Like a cat meowing. So immortality is something that we are naturally. You can't take it away. You can't give it. It's because your soul is energy, and energy can't be created or destroyed. When we say that energy can't be created or destroyed, guess what we just said? Your soul is immortal. That's what we just said. Because guess what? Your soul is energy. And I'm telling you, there's no beginning to your soul. There's a beginning to your body. Your body had a birth, but your soul was around way before your body, and it got a history that your body don't even know about. And when your soul leave your body's experience that you call a lifetime will be just another memory collected in the collective consciousness of your soul. And it'll go have another experience in another realm, or what they call a heaven. So this was the knowledge of resurrection before we was taught that we had to believe in a literal figure called Christ to give us immortality. Let me explain something to you. No one can give you immortality, and no one can take it away from you, because your soul is pure energy, and nothing can create your energy or destroy your energy. It is what it is. I am that I am. This is the knowledge of the soul. There is no beginning to it. There is no end to it. So what we got to realize is this right here. Our soul is infinite. Energy is the energy that existed, that when we say in the beginning of the universe, there is no beginning to the universe. The universe has no beginning and no end according to ancient people. Your consciousness has a beginning and an end. Now let me break this down to you. Think of a movie, right? Think of a movie that's been planned forever. The movie don't got a beginning or ending. It just starts, it just always been planned. It didn't start and it never ends. It's just a movie that keeps going, right? Now watch this. Imagine going into a theater and there's a movie in a theater that doesn't have a beginning or ending to it. It just keeps going forever. The only thing that begins is when you start watching the movie. So that'll be like saying when you were born, that was when you became conscious. But the energy that we call in your soul always existed prior. It's like this, right? Think of a seed. You got a whole tree trapped inside of a little seed casing. When the tree break out the seed casing and transform from a seed to a tree, the world outside been there. But that new tree is just new to the world. So the only thing that began is the tree's birth out of the shell casing. And the ancestors said death is awakening. It's us, it's our souls seeing beyond what we call the physical realm, which is represented by 1% of all matter in the universe. So that means this is why the ancestors said that we're not alive. The earth realm is basically the realm of the dead, and death is life, life is death. So your soul and your body is like a caterpillar in a cocoon, and the caterpillar turning into a butterfly is what we're calling death, but it's just transformation. It's you becoming the spirit that you was before you entered the body. But the reason we entered the body was because it's our first conscious experience. It's like the dreams of a caterpillar that's sleeping in the cocoon. So when a caterpillar is sleeping in a cocoon, it's like Neo in the Matrix in his little pod, sleeping, dreaming that he's in the Matrix. When the caterpillar is in the cocoon dreaming, the caterpillar is dreaming that it is a butterfly. And guess what happened when the caterpillar wake up? It don't gotta learn how to fly, because it learned how to fly in the dream when it thought it was a butterfly before it was. So as the caterpillar, see, in other words, our ancestors looked at the dream world as a simulated environment for learning. You ever had a dream that taught you a lesson and you woke up from it more wiser than what you was before you went to bed? That is like in the Matrix when Morpheus take Neo into this little simulated world where they can act out events. And in the old world, we didn't just go to sleep and randomly have dreams. We were so advanced with our psyche that we can literally dream where we wanted to dream. We can visit any parallel reality we wanted. We didn't just randomly have dreams. We controlled our dreams, if that makes sense. And that's what Enoch represent. When we read about Enoch, Enoch represent people who had the ability to get out of body and witness other realities that were playing out in other timelines that were parallel to ours. And because all of these universes are connected, and we can prove that with the Mandela effect, that there's another universe out there where it is Berenstain Bears versus Berenstein Bears, right? That's a whole nother universe, and all of these universes are connected. So, in other words, our nature of reality isn't what we've been taught, and we're finding out more and more that the Mayan and the ancient people were right about the nature of time and reality. Because deja vu proves physics wrong. You should not be able to have an experience play out before it happened. This is remnants of an old gift of us seeing the future, meaning that all of us who, if you've ever had deja vu before, you are what the Bible would call a prophet. And what the papacy took away is that being a prophet, harnessing this gift, this ability within us, it was a worldwide spiritual institution before what we call corporate religion or papal programming. Because a lot of people think they Christians, but they ain't Christians. They are church members. Say that again. A lot of people think they're Christians, but if you're not teaching that ye are gods, and a God is an all-knowing being, not a believer. In other words, somebody lied to us and dumbed us down and told us, can't nobody know everything. And guess what? When you realize that the knowledge of our reality is the knowledge of everything, it's the knowledge of every element on a periodic table. And that is the knowledge that nothing around us is physical. It's a holographic simulation, a matrix, like what Morpheus was explaining. And this is why Enoch was removed from the Bible. Enoch represent a point in human consciousness that they weren't ready for us to be at yet. And who is the they? The Caesars, the papacy, the people who went on world conquest and conquered everyone under the false Christ that you call Jesus today, which is Caesar Borgia. So no one had a image of some savior as a white boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, okay? So what we read in the Bible is that God made man in his image, but what you experience outside is that man made God in his image. All right, everyone made God look like them. And the white man made the God blonde hair, blue eyes. And any image that you have of God is idol worship, because there is no images of the Most High. That's graven images. If you read your Bible, guess what the Bible teaches? It backs me up, guys. It backs me up that you should not have an image of God in your head. If I say to you right now, think of God, and you think of a white man with blue eyes, you've been deceived. You've been deceived. That's a graven image that was given to you by the papacy, by the Roman Empire. Facts. Facts. So there is no image to God, because what they're calling God is just pure energy. And guess what's inside of your body called a soul? Pure energy. Your soul is pure energy. Why did you think Jesus said, ye are gods? But guess what? Jesus wasn't a literal dude that walked the earth. Jesus was an archetype, what we call a pseudonym, like Plato. Plato wasn't a real person. In other words, what we call old world knowledge, what they call serpent wisdom, once the church demonized it and started putting people to death like they did Christ. Because guess what you got to realize? When you say that you are a church member and a Christian, you are saying that you are aligning yourself with the same people that put Jesus to death. You on the wrong damn team. Trying to wake you up, man. You are partners with the people that would have put Jesus to death. Guess what? I'm teaching the knowledge that Jesus would have taught, which is that, nigga, you a God. You're an immortal being. You can't die. Don't let the Caesars scare you. This the shit that got Jesus killed. And now guess what, yo? The papacy came along and reinterpreted and gave y'all a new form of this Christ figure and a literal figure to believe in for resurrection. That got rid of the law. Because guess what people taught before Jesus? People taught before Jesus that the only way you can access the heavens is by good deeds and a good morality code. When they came with Christ, they said he's a blood sacrifice. Don't you know blood sacrifice is Satanism? Now, you folks think y'all know everything. It's because you emotionally attached to the shit you've learned your whole life since a baby. That's like nobody never telling you that Santa Claus was fake. I'm here to pop your cherry. I was a Christian just like many of y'all. But guess what I am now? A God. You know who told me that? Jesus did. He said, ye are gods. The kingdom of heaven is within you. And if God resides in heaven, where the hell is God at? Don't point at the sky, point in the mirror. Guess who didn't want you to know that? The papacy. They wanted you kneeling down to symbols instead of knowing how great you was. And if you tell a person that you God today, they'll say that's blasphemy. That's why they put Jesus to death. Not only did Jesus say that he was God, Jesus told you you was a God. Jesus not only told you that, he said a kingdom of heaven is within you. Guess what the Caesar and the Roman Empire was teaching? That the kingdom of heaven was miles up in the sky above you, and you had to get there through the Pharisees and Sadducees. Don't that sound familiar? That we got to go to space through NASA with rockets? When you talk about going to heaven, you talk about dying and going there. People was talking about going to heaven before death. And that's why they removed the Book of Enoch, because the Book of Enoch talking about communing with God, visiting the heavens without literally dying. What is that called? Dreaming, astral traveling, a out-of-body experience. If you never had one, shut your mouth. There are some of us who've been out of our bodies before, and you can't explain it to regular folks who ain't, because you're like Neo in the Matrix. You've seen the other side. And when you try to explain to people, if you ever been in a near-death experience or had your consciousness out of your body, that life is a continuum, and that people have woke up from comas after 2 years as if nothing happened, and they'll start explaining a whole nother reality and another life they was living in, a parallel reality. I've lucid dreamed before. I know that this is true. The stuff they deleted from the Bible is stuff that the CIA and colleges like Stanford was experimenting with in the 40s. And they were hooking people up to these machines, and they were monitoring their neural activity. And they were literally communicating with people who were in a dream state. And they can prove it because once you go into REM sleep and your consciousness cross over into the astral plane, or what we call the dream world, it looks a certain way under a brain scan equipment. You can't lie about this. Once you put this equipment on, they know if you dreaming or not. Guess what, y'all? They was hooking people up to this equipment in the 40s. And they said when you get into the dream and you become lucid, let us know that you're in this parallel reality by blinking your eyes 7 times, or boom, boom, boom. Because guess what they found out? In a dream, when you blink your eyes, your real eyes in the bed have a slight activity. Just like, I don't know if you ever urinated in a dream and you woke up and you wet the bed when you was a baby. Your muscles in the dream is synced to your muscles in the bed. Your body don't separate the dream reality from this reality. You know why, y'all? We are multidimensional beings, and all of these realities are real. That's why they are called realities. What's the root word of reality? Real. So what this tells us is that multiple timelines can be real at one time. And guess what? They had to get rid of the Book of Enoch, because the Book of Enoch went into the science of consciousness leaving the body and traveling through the stargates to visit parallel realities. And the Catholic Church didn't want people to know that. Now, why didn't they want people to know that? Because the Catholic Church is a big spiritual Ponzi scheme. And let me expose the scheme so you can see why they don't want people to know about Enoch. Back in the day, when people was asking, how do I leave the earth? There was 2 options that can happen after that. You can tell a person the truth, or you can tell them a lie to control them. The Catholic Church rose to power by doing the latter one. The Catholic Church created societies where when people asked them, how do we leave the earth? The Catholic Church said, you can't leave the earth. The only one that can leave the earth are the prophets. Regular humans are peasants. And no matter if you do good or bad, you go to a place called Hades when you die. This is Roman Empire mythology before. I'm telling you that the Roman Empire wasn't Christians. The Roman Empire practiced paganism and barbarianism. They believed in blood sacrifice to cleanse their evil. Don't that sound familiar? Jesus being a blood. Think about this, right? If you ask a Christian, hey, Christian, do you believe in human sacrifice? They will say, no, I don't believe in no human sacrifice. That's satanic. What the hell you think Jesus is? You've been deceived. The people who call themselves Christians, the Bible calls them the synagogue of Satan. These are the people that most other people are following when they say, I'm a Christian. You ain't following the true Christ. You following the broad path. You following everything. How the hell you think you following the true Christ and everybody in the world following what you following, and that's called the broad path? Jesus went the narrow path. That's the path I'm taking. If everybody ain't talking shit about you, calling you a Satanist, calling you this, calling you that, you ain't following the path Christ followed. If you start teaching what Christ literally taught, you won't have no friends no more. Your church will disown you just by repeating what Christ said, ye are gods. That's blasphemy. It was only blasphemy to barbarians. When we was teaching that ye are gods, the word God was synonymous to immortal beings. Isn't your soul immortal? Then damn it, you're a god. And women, you're a goddess. You've been demoted to a human in the animal kingdom. That's what the church did to you. That's what science did to you. That's what physics did to you. That's what NASA did to you. All of this is extensions of the papacy and the Roman Empire's theology. That's barbarianism. Why do you think the church is in the bed with the state? The state is who crucified Jesus. That's the Caesar. Let me give a shout out to Ezekiel. Y'all on y'all way to hell. You think you got it all right, but you wrong than a motherfucker. Laugh at them, y'all. You think because I smoke weed and use cuss words that I ain't going to heaven because you been bamboozled. Have no idea about morality. You've been bamboozled. And that's why the Book of Enoch was removed, because the papacy told you in order for you to go to heavens, you got to go through Jesus. And going through Jesus is just saying going through the state, going through the papacy, going through the church system, which is literal belief in a symbol. Jesus was never a dude that actually walked the earth, y'all. There was no real dude named Jesus. The papacy gave us a literal belief system. Jesus was a symbol that Moses lifted up in the wilderness. It was a serpent staff. It symbolized resurrection. What did the serpent staff originally mean? It meant the soul within man living on after he died. Simple, beautiful. We're immortal. We can't die. Death is just you living on and being born again, right? That's what the church teaching, right? Wrong. Because the church teaching that you can be immortal and you can live on, but you can only do it by believing in Christ. And the church is telling you your good deeds ain't gonna get you to heaven. Your belief in Christ is. You know why? Because those people are barbaric, evil mother effers. Because when they came to our land, guess what we was teaching? You got to do good to go to heaven. Our ancestors taught it don't matter what the hell you believing in. If you don't do good actions, you ain't going to heaven. You can't just treat people any kind of way and think you can believe in some damn imaginary friend and go to heaven. Our ancestors taught a law called karma, that whatever you do wrong to somebody, it's gonna come back to you. The barbarians taught a different system. They taught that you can do wrong to people as long as you kill something and do a blood sacrifice to remove your evil. Now, which system are you in? The barbaric system or the real Christ system, which is doing good to go to heaven? You want to know why the world's so evil? What if I taught people that you can do any crime you want to do and I'll go to jail for you? You ain't got to do your own time. You can do the crime and not do the time. Everybody'll be robbing stores, murdering people. You know why? Because I paid the price for their crime. If I taught everybody in the world, listen, you can do whatever you want to do because I'm going to go to jail for y'all, everybody'll be wicked as hell. Now look at the world around you. The world around you is evil as hell, even though we got all these churches. You know why? You teaching them that somebody else gonna pay the price for your sin, which is a barbarian lie. You know why the barbarians taught that lie? Because they went around the world killing people, hanging people. The people that gave you a moral system was beating you to death and lynching you in the streets. Of course, the barbarians are gonna teach people you can do wrong because Christ paid the way for your sins. What if we was teaching people everything you do wrong, I don't care how sorry you are, man, you gonna pay for it. Well, Sanchez, I did it long time ago. You still gonna fucking pay for it. I bet you people be on their best behavior then if they realize that the universe goes by a law. Any action you put out there that's negative comes back to you. That's called the law of karma. That ain't got shit to do with no damn belief system. That's a universal law. And the law don't care what the hell you believe. So I'm giving a very heated intro to set the premise to open y'all mind up, because I want to shake your ass and wake you up from your papal programming so you can receive something outside of that little circle that I told you to make in the beginning. Because that little circle represents everything you think you know and everything you, some of y'all silly. You really think you know something. But guess what? Knowledge don't conclude with belief. If you're a believer, you don't know shit, because no one believes 2 + 2 is 4. They either know it or they don't. I don't deal with beliefs. People come to me for knowledge. You don't come to me for preaching and belief. That's the fucking state-controlled papal system outside. That's the Creflo Dollars and TD Jakes. That's the literal interpretation. You know what I'm teaching people? You're a damn God. You don't got to pray to nobody for immortality, because your soul is immortal whether you like it or not. Your soul gonna live on. Now, whether it live on and experience good or bad is up to you based on the law of karma. Heaven and hell means that you're gonna be born again. You're going to live another lifetime in another universe. And what happens to you in that lifetime that's fucked up is going to be a result of the shit you did in this lifetime. Bad things don't just happen to people. People, according to the ancestors, a lot of what plays out in people's life that ain't induced by the papacy is literally karmatic experiences. And we should be learning from our karmatic experiences. But we can't learn from them with the current religious system they got us under with the literal interpretations. So let me go ahead and get into what I'm going to get into today. And I'm going to play a video for y'all that I made just for this stream. It's edited. It got the pictures and slides. What it's going to do, it's going to break down to y'all why Enoch was removed. We're going to go, now that I got the intro out the way, because this introduction, what it does, it just let me vent, basically, before I get into my organized notes. It lets me kind of just be all over the place and give a rundown of everything the stream gonna be about. So let's do that now. And we got to start with the meat of this whole stream. Now, today's title is, again, Enoch exposes NASA. And we dealing with Ascension versus astronauts. And let's play our video here, and then we'll start breaking this down. Let's start with the video. Did you know that the knowledge of resurrection, which is the foundation of Christianity, didn't start with Jesus? Before the church, before Rome, there was a knowledge system already in place. Jesus was not a literal historical figure, but an archetype, encoded symbol representing inner divinity and immortality. Across all ancient traditions, this truth was conveyed through the serpent, a symbol of renewal, awakening, and eternal life. The story was never meant to be worshipped outwardly, but realized inwardly. Before the Roman Empire reshaped the old world knowledge into literal belief systems that were centered on Christ, the serpent was the primary symbol of resurrection and renewal. It also represented the awakening of divine knowledge within the self. Early spiritual traditions used this symbol to convey transformation and eternal life long before doctrine replaced symbolism with literal belief. And Moses didn't destroy the serpent, he lifted it up. In other words, the serpent concept was never removed from Christianity. The serpent simply transformed to Jesus Christ over time. So why was serpent symbolism sacred long before Christ? And how were people already teaching salvation before Jesus ever walked the earth? And to answer this question, we got to start with one of the earliest symbols of Christianity before Christ. And that is the Moses serpent staff, or what is called the Nehushtan. To understand the meaning of this pre-Christian symbol that was associated with Moses, we have to trace the origin of this symbol to Egypt. In the book of Acts chapter 7, verse 22, it reads, "And Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians and was mighty in words and deeds." And one of the most important things that Moses learned from the Egyptians was the knowledge of resurrection. The knowledge of resurrection was being taught all around the world, and the knowledge was very popular in Egypt. And before resurrection was represented by Jesus on the cross, it was represented by a serpent on the cross or on a tree, or either wrapped around a tree. If I were to try to tell a modern Christian that the original archetype for resurrection was Satan, they would laugh at me. But it is true. Before Jesus, early quote unquote Christians, because the word Christian wouldn't have existed yet, this was before Christ, Christians were called Gnostics. So before they were believers, they were knowers, because that's what the word Gnostic means, to know. Who turned the Christians into believers? The papacy did. And the truth is stranger than fiction. Today, you think that you have the original version of Christ or the original archetype of resurrection, and you don't. You have the modern new age papal version, and it's keeping you from seeing the truth that the people who originally created all of this wanted you to see. So when I say that the first archetype for resurrection was Satan, God coming down to the earth, the story was told through Lucifer first. And this is why Lucifer and Jesus have so many parallels. Believe it or not, everything you read about the serpent and Lucifer today is what the papacy is teaching you. But the serpent, Lucifer, was never a real monster. It was a symbol of a serpent that represented the soul inside of man living on after he died. And this is the knowledge of resurrection, of immortality, of life after death. And it was taught before Christ. And one of the first symbols that was used to teach the story of resurrection before Christ was called the Nehushtan. And the reason I wrote this on the board is so you can see firsthand what I mean about the serpent that Moses lifted up was Satan, that great dragon that fell. And he fell inside the body of man. And someday that dragon will rise up from the waters, will rise up from the sea, like what we read in the book of Revelation. This the same story of Christ. God coming down into the flesh and ascending back up to heaven. But we're misinterpreting the scriptures and taking them literally. And that's why we can't see these parallels. I don't want you to let the word Satan put any fear in you. Moses was teaching with Satan, or what we call Shaitan. So when you say Nehushtan, what we want to pay attention to, this part, that's Satan. The words Shaitan, over time, Shaitan becomes Satan. The H right here simply morphs into an A, it becomes Satan or Shaitan, Satan. But the deity, the archetype, the symbol that Moses lifted up was Shaitan, Nehushtan. Shaitan is Satan. This ain't nothing to be scared of. Yes, the origin, the foundation of Christianity is based in Shatanism or Satanism, and it ain't nothing to be scared of. It's simply the knowledge of the soul's ascension and the central nervous system. Again, the word Satan is the word Santa, and the word Santa is simply another way to say center. Now, where was the serpent located in the garden? In the center. This name Satan is just a name that we're given to a location. And in this location, the soul is seated. We were trying to personify the soul, but the papacy made us take it literally. Now we worship symbols, which are just graven images with no power. The power is in decoding the symbol. That's what gives you back the truth and takes away the spookism and fear mongering. So when it comes to the serpent and when it comes to Christ, it's one key parallel that we need to focus on, and it's that they both represent the ascension of your soul, and this explains why they both must be lifted up. Another parallel that we see with the serpent and with Christ is that during the time of the serpent, before Christ, it was said that the serpent must be lifted up. The serpent must be uplifted. The serpent must be praised. The concept of people praising the serpent, uplifting the serpent, or raising the serpent up, like what Moses did, it's the same concept of us saying Jesus must be uplifted, or Jesus was raised up on the cross, or he was risen, or Christ must be uplifted. So we see this parallel with the serpent and with Christ, and it's because they both are two different symbols representing the same concept of the Kundalini rising. The Kundalini was symbolized as a serpent, and they would put wings on the serpent to symbolize it rising. Today, they just got Christ sort of levitating up to heaven. But the same concept of Christ being lifted up, symbolizing resurrection and the soul's journey to heaven, that was being taught before Christ. And instead of them using Christ, they used the serpent. And it's a reason that the papacy took us away from the serpent is because the serpent is directly connected to the Kundalini energy, and it shifts the focus to us versus some scary boogeyman called Satan. And they're hiding the truth with fear. And once they get you in fear, then you need something to save you from the fear. And that's where God come in. So when it comes to the serpent and when it comes to Christ, the key parallel we need to focus on is that they both represent the ascension of your soul. And this explains why they must be uplifted, because the ancestors was teaching that the soul within man must someday raise up out of the earth realm and escape the cycle of life and death, the rebirth cycles. The serpent, or the Kundalini energy within us, must be lifted up. And this is another way of saying that the soul inside of the body must someday rise up out of the body and out of the world. This is a very simple concept that stems from a very sensitive question that we all ask at some point in our life. And that is, what happens when we die? Human beings have always asked what happens when we die, and that question makes people vulnerable. Fear creates an opening for control. If someone claims that you'll suffer forever unless you obey their rules, your belief turns into submission. And this is how institutions like the church gain power, not by truth, but by exploiting fear. The older understanding taught something different, that life doesn't end, it just continues. If you would have asked an ancient person what happens when we die, they simply would have told you that your spirit will ascend to a higher realm. This is the same concept that the Bible speaks of when it talks about Jesus dying and giving up the ghost. Jesus' physical body didn't resurrect. Instead, his spirit ascended to heaven. The problem with the modern Jesus interpretation, which was created by the Roman Catholic Church, is that it hides the knowledge of self behind the literal interpretation, which turns into belief systems versus knowledge systems. And I'll give you an example. The serpent is a personification of a sine wave, and the word spirit is basically talking about your frequency that's unique, nothing like it. Some may call it DNA, but in a lot of cultures you see the double serpent. The serpent is just your frequency, your cymatic energy, your wave. All waves are different. This is what the serpent represents, the frequency within you that lives on when the body dies, and that frequency just manifests as another version of you in a whole nother universe. But the reason I wanted to pull this up is because in the old world, if a person would have told you praise God, it would have meant something different, because God just meant the infinite energy within every man. And so when a person told you praise God, they was telling you raise your frequency. Frequency, energy, vibration, that's God. It's omniscient, it's omnipresent, it's everywhere. There's no beginning to it, there's no end to it. You can't create it, you can't destroy it. When you praise God, guess what you're doing? You're raising frequency. A person in the old world, when they told you to praise God, they was telling you to raise your vibration. That's why the word raise is in the word praise. When people say praise God, they're saying raise your own vibration higher. Manifest the greatest part of yourself. God is your greatest. That's what the G means. That G is a spiral that can keep going and 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 spiraling. That's what this G means. It's energy, frequency, vibration, and it must be raised to God in you. Inner G, the inner G, the inner spiral, the inner vortex within you. It must mature. It must raise itself up beyond the earth realm. So when we say praise God, we're saying raise God. The truth is that the creator of the universe don't need man to uplift it, because it's already the most high. And you can't lift something up that's already elevated to its highest point. Hello. The truth is that we've been lied to and told that the creator of the universe needs to be praised. But this is just the Roman Catholic Church purposely misinterpreting concepts that they plagiarized from the original knowledge of salvation and from early spiritual systems that were created by our ancestors. And the problem is, when the papacy came along, they hid the truth with literal interpretations. So when people are being taught to praise God or to raise God or to uplift God, what do you tell them that mean now? Think about it. The church came along, and what the church wanted to do was take away the original knowledge associated with these terms and symbols. So in the new world, when we say praise God, the church had to give us a new meaning to that. And a new meaning became lifting your hands up and basically calling out a bunch of wonderful words to some sky dude in the heavens. So if you ask a modern person, what does it mean to praise God? They will say basically to blabber a bunch of good words or whatever to this dude in the sky, as if God needs you to stroke his ego. But that's the programming that the church gave you. God needs you to connect with the frequency of God, the Christ within you, the kingdom of heaven within you. So today, sleep people, when they hear praise God, they react based upon their papal programming, and they react with a literal interpretation. Because truth is that when you tell a person to raise their frequency, frequency is energy, which is God. You just telling them to raise their vibration to a higher level, to their greatest potential. If you live beneath your greatest potential, according to the Hindu, you reincarnate. This is why it was so important to raise your frequency, to uplift the kundalini, to lift up the serpent. But today when we say God must be uplifted, people think some dude who created the universe need us to stroke its ego. But what do you tell people once you hide the original meaning? You have to come up with something new. And that's what they gave y'all. The new meaning with the literal interpretation of the symbol. They telling you it just means to boost God's spirit up, to lift God higher, glorify God, as if God won't be glorious without you saying a word. It's vain. So before we was talking about uplifting God, we was talking about uplifting each other, edifying each other with praise, with vibration, with frequency, with sound, with truth, with knowledge, with harmony. What if we did that every Sunday? So that's why the serpent must be uplifted. And when it is, it gets wings. And we still do the same thing today. We put wings on deceased loved ones to symbolize the soul rising up and living on, or ascension. This is what is meant by Kundalini rising. Our spirit is a sine wave of energy, and the ancestors personified it as a serpent. And they would give the serpent wings to symbolize a liberated soul or an ascended soul. And the definition of a dragon is a winged serpent. And this is why Satan was a dragon. Satan was the first archetype for the dragon. The concept of a dragon was taught all throughout Egypt. It was a winged serpent. And again, the papacy made us see the dragon as a literal creature, which is why people believe in Satan. And that's why some people who think they woke, who don't believe in Satan, they still believe in literal dragons, which would be the new age concept of Satan, which is being orchestrated by the papacy as well. The papacy is all about making us misinterpret the old world symbols by translating them literally. But this concept of a winged serpent, which is a dragon, was never meant to be taken literally, because here is a dragon right here. Do you think that that was an actual man with a tail and some wings? It's symbolism. It was never meant to be taken literally. Furthermore, they said that people would ride on the backs of dragons. So you would have to take everything literally. You telling me people was riding around on winged reptile serpents that was breathing fire out of their mouth? Before Christ, the serpent was the archetype for resurrection. And the ancestors taught that when we die, the serpent rises up and lives on. And this was the original resurrection story. The church rejected this story because the only way that it can rule people is through fear. The only way that the church can enslave people spiritually is through manipulation and guilt trip and lying to them about what will happen when they die. So just to summarize, before Christ, the symbol of resurrection was the serpent, and ancient people taught that upon death, the serpent will ascend to heaven. And this is why it is taught that Jesus must be uplifted, because Jesus represents our kundalini, or our spirit. And the ancestors taught that the spirit within man must rise up. Before Christ, people knew that immortality was something that is innate within us. We are immortal beings by default. The soul within us
is immortal and can never die. It is pure energy, and energy cannot be created or destroyed. With this kind of teaching, you can't scare people with hellfires, and you can't gain their service by promoting immortality, because a person with the knowledge of self knows that they are already an immortal being. So again, the serpent represented the spirit inside of man. Later, the serpent was replaced with Jesus. And when the replacement took place, we stopped looking at the new symbol, being Christ, as a representation of our soul. Jesus Christ represents a brand new age concept that the Roman Empire brought in to hide the truth behind literal interpretations. So this is why people think that they have to praise Christ for immortality, when the truth is that the word praise is the word raise, and uplifting Christ or raising up Christ is just another way of saying the lower self has to rise up, and that we must mature spiritually in order to ascend to the higher realms. One of the early names of the serpent was Satan, and Satan is just an alternate version of the word Santa, which means center. And this is why the serpent is in the center of the garden, because it was taught that the spirit within man exits the body at the seat of the soul, which is the most central part of us. The original story of resurrection was told through Satan. Satan was the first archetype and story that was used to teach how our souls fell from heaven and how they would rise back up to heaven once we complete our life cycles. When the Bible speaks about the beast being set free in the end of days, or when the Hindus speak about the beast rising up from the sea, it represents Christ rising back up to heaven after completing his earthly life. Because again, Christ represents the Kundalini, which is the serpent. And when the serpent rises up to heaven, it gets wings. It's the dragon, or Satan. And the concept of in the end of days, the beast gonna be set free. In the old world, what that meant was at the completion of all of your life cycles, the Kundalini energy within you will be liberated. It'll be free. It will no longer be bound to the simulation or the matrix or life and death. It will have the keys over life and death, as we see represented with Jesus. When you take that literally, people will wait for millennia after millennia for a literal dragon to rise from the sea. And when it don't, they'll just create one. They'll just say, well, the Statue of Liberty is the beast rising from the sea. But when you realize that the Statue of Liberty represents the same thing that Christ represents, which is why the Statue of Liberty, Lucifer, and Christ all share the same parallels when it comes to all of them being light bearers.
Now, one thing we got to know about the Statue of Liberty real quick, right? The Statue of Liberty is a genie. Krishna is a genie. What we need to know is that the concept of this blue genie coming out of a lamp, that's the same concept of Enoch coming up out the earth realm. See, Enoch is a genie. Jesus was a genie. What am I telling you? One of the original archetypes for resurrection was a Nagini, or a serpent person. And the serpent person was just them personifying the soul. See, our soul, right? Our soul is a sine wave, right? It can't be created or destroyed. And when they wanted to personify the soul going home, they mixed the human with a sine wave, and that evolved into like a serpent person, which I'll show you here. These are Naginis, and the genie is nothing but a serpent human. A genie ain't nothing but a human, one of these right here. And the people that created the genie, they didn't call it a genie, they called it a Nagini. A Nagini. And these Naginis were just archetypes for resurrection, which is why the serpent was lifted up, because it was taught that these Naginis right here can ascend up through the firmament dome like Enoch is doing in my thumbnail. You see? So the concept of the great dragon rising up from the sea, or the serpent rising up from the waters, that was talking about the waters above. That's talking about the primordial waters. And that's why the Nagini is the serpent that rises up. Just like Jesus was lifted up, the serpent gonna be lifted up. It's all teaching resurrection. So when I tell you that Lucifer was the original archetype for resurrection, I'm not just saying it, I'm showing it here. And I know that this is a vertical video, so the photos may be small, but you can still see them. Lucifer was on top of the holy mountain with the sky open up to receive his ghost before Christ. And when Lucifer's spirit rose up to heaven, it was taught that the great dragon is risen up from the sea. No one was scared of it because Lucifer was just another form of Jesus to early Christians, before Christian. So when the serpent was on the cross, it was just teaching everything Jesus teaching today. But the only difference is that when they was teaching it through Lucifer, they was teaching that everyone at any given time can access them stars in them heavens if you got a soul. But when they started teaching it through Jesus, they started teaching that you can't go up there if you don't bow down and submit to Christ. And that's how they took away our freedom and we came into the papacy age of everyone in churches and stuff bowing down and praising and kneeling down to Jesus Christ, because this is the new literal interpretation of Lucifer. Back in the old day, no one never taught that Lucifer was a real person like they doing with Jesus. People would have told you Lucifer is just a fairy tale character that's teaching you about your soul going up to heaven when you die. This is resurrection. The serpent being lifted up, or Lucifer rising up. The only difference with the Jesus story is it takes you out of the picture. And it says immortality is something that you get through servitude. Immortality is something that you can only get by following the state and the papacy, which is following Jesus. Because what they tell you is that good deeds ain't gonna get you to heaven, just faith and belief. But I got to play the video all the way out before we get to the board. So enjoy the video. I do got the board up on the screen, which will show you kind of what I'm gonna be going over with y'all. I was trying to play with the lighting because I didn't know, but this looks the best, so I'm gonna go with this. But we got to get through this video and then we'll hop over here and we're going to go in. So let's play the video.
All of them representing resurrection or freedom or liberation, because that's what resurrection is liberation of the soul. So this was all to teach about how we manifested in the flesh and how we will manifest out of the flesh. Because for many years, just like we mentioned, people have always wanted to know about the hereafter and the here before. And they didn't wait until the Roman Empire started to invade the whole world to find out. Everyone already knew this. In fact, it was the Roman Empire that learned this knowledge from the people that they enslaved, and they corrupted the knowledge, creating the modern plagiarized version that most of the world is subscribed to today. And again, this version hides the knowledge of self behind literal interpretations. So Satan was called the dragon because Satan was a winged serpent, and winged serpents are ascended souls, just like Jesus. The concept of a winged serpent or a dragon is only spooky in Western culture. If you go to Asia, the men call themselves dragons. Jet Li, his nickname is the dragon. Bruce Lee nickname is the dragon. To call yourself a dragon in the Eastern world is like calling yourself a lion in the Western world. But the lion, the dragon, all of these are animals that were once archetypes for the Kundalini. Even in some depictions, you will see half lion, half serpent. And this is why all of the symbols associated with Jesus is the lion, the serpent, the fish. All of these were different animals that at some point were archetypes for the Kundalini. So calling yourself a god in American culture is like calling yourself a dragon in Asian culture. Simply means that I'm an immortal being. I'm one that lives on. In fact, the word devil backwards just mean lived. Satan is this beast that rises from the sea in the end of days. And many people think that it is the Statue of Liberty because the Statue of Liberty is called the light bearer. But like I said, if you want to cancel the Statue of Liberty, then you will have to cancel Jesus because Jesus is also called the light bearer. And the reason that there's a huge connection between Jesus and Satan is because everything I've been telling you in this video, it's because of the fact that Satan was the first archetype for resurrection. And this archetype evolved into the modern Jesus Christ archetype that everyone has as a symbol of resurrection today. The beast being free at the end of the world was another way of saying that the Kundalini within man will be liberated at the completion of your 7 life cycles when you awaken from the simulation or matrix. When the Bible says that the beast will be free in the end of days, it's talking about the fact that the lower self will rise up when your earth journey is over. The end of days simply meant the end of one's life. And the beast rising up from the sea simply meant the soul emerging from the waters above. Or
just like they showed us in the Hennessy commercial. See, the word Hennis is the word Guinness, and the word Guinness is the word genies. The genies are the Israelites, the true lights, the people on this earth with an immortal beacon of light within them. They can transcend the physical realm like what we see in the Hennessy commercial, because in the Hennessy commercial, they just replaying what Enoch telling you and everybody else about the light beings or the genies, right? The Naginis, which are the Anunnakis, because when you say Nagi, Anunnaki, the word Nagi was a short way to say Nagini, because some people call them Naginis and some people just call them Nagis, and the Nagi became a nigger, or the Nigger, the N-word, Naga. Right? But let's go back to the video.
The spirit rising up out of the body. And this same concept can be seen with Lord Krishna, this 7-headed dragon that rise up from the sea. When you see Krishna floating on a lotus flower, they turned this into Jesus walking on the water. They also turned it into Moses floating down the Nile in a wicker basket. But none of this was meant to be taken literally. All of this was talking about the soul's astral journey out to death. This is what Moses learned from the Egyptians. And in a lot of Egyptian artwork like this one right here, you can see the pharaoh on a boat outside of the universe. He's traveling on the back of the sky goddess Nut. He's in heaven. He's outside the earth realm, and he's on his cosmic boat floating on top of the waters above. These are not earthly waters. The concept of the beast rising up from the sea is your soul leaving the earth realm and traveling on top of the earth, sitting on top of the world, right? Like what we see with the pharaoh here on his cosmic boat. It wasn't literal. It wasn't talking about in our earthly form. It was dealing with our God body. I show you the similarities between the Statue of Liberty, Lord Krishna, and Jesus Christ, because all of these are part of an old world spiritual system that was teaching everyone liberation.
Now I'm gonna stop right there and I'm gonna hop on over to the board, because at this point I know y'all are like, Sanchez, we tired of staring at this little ugly handwriting of yours without an explanation. So let's go over this real quick. And then we're going to see, it's because this will help tie everything together. So what we got, ladies and gentlemen, is the space program and the spirit program. And this going to explain why Enoch was removed. Because see, Enoch, right? Enoch represents the spirit program. Now hear me out. The space program is tied to world religion, right? And it is tied to the corporate program of religion that is centered around belief and faith. And the reason it's centered around belief and faith is because when the papacy took over, they started interpreting these symbols that I'm talking about literally. And if I make a symbol, right, and I say, hey, y'all, this ain't meant to be taken literally. This little guy right here is just a fairy tale character to teach you about what your soul does when it leaves the body. If someone wanted to hide this truth about our ability to travel the parallel realities, to be like Enoch, if someone wanted to hide this, then they could simply invert the truth by taking the symbols literally. Because if I tell a person, listen, man, give me the cheese out the house, and I'm speaking in code because I want them to give me some money out the house, but I don't want nobody to know it, right? If someone wanted to hide the truth years later, they can say, man, he was talking about real cheese. That's called inverting the truth. That's why we speak in code. That's why we speak in parable. So when our ancestor was speaking in parable and code, the papacy came along, inverted the truth by making us interpret the symbols literally. Now we are bowing down on our knees to graven images because of that. And bowing down on your knees to graven images is part of the corporate program and the religious state, church state institution under the papacy. And the reason the space program runs with this system is because once you believe in Enoch literally, then the idea of you going to the heavens or the idea of you going to up there to the stars has been deleted. They wanted to get rid of us being multidimensional beings. They wanted to tell you dreams is just your mind playing tricks on you. Deja vu is just your mind playing tricks on you, because they know you're a god trapped in the body who trying to learn your abilities. So when our people was teaching us gods how to go to heaven, how to go up there to the heavens like Enoch and all of them that ascended, they started teaching that literally. Instead of us looking at Enoch and all of these as just symbols to teach us about the path of ascension, the church said, nope, these was literal people that cheated death and lived on. The fact is, our spirit will always cheat death, but your body never will. And Jesus' body didn't cheat death. His body died. His soul, spirit, went up to heaven, which is the spirit program that Enoch represented. Liberating the spirit was freeing it from the body, which is an out-of-body experience. Us losing our fear of being outside the body and harnessing this gift of traveling the dream world, the astral plane, lucid dreaming, astral travel. Harnessing our gift of deja vu is what made us gods. Until you awaken these gifts, you haven't activated your God potential like Neo in the Matrix before he knew that he was the shit. And the reason you can't be like Neo in the Matrix is because of the space program. What See, the Matrix movie was a movie about the space program, but we missed it. How, Sanchez? Because Neo was interested in leaving the Earth. And Neo had no idea that the Earth was a computer simulation program. And that, why didn't Neo know that the Earth was a matrix? Because in the Earth, they was teaching people that they was on a blue little ball floating in space. Now, our scientists today are proving that our world is a simulation. The double slit experiment prove it. So many more experiments prove that we in a parallel reality right now, and that there are many others. And every now and then we shift our consciousness to different parallel realities. Don't you know deja vu is when you shift your consciousness to a future parallel event that ain't happened yet? Because according to the ancients, the future is already written out. That's why the Bible say it was written. In the beginning was the word. That was the script to the simulation. That's why you have deja vu, because you're in a program and your body is an avatar with a script that's already written out for it. And guess what awakening is? You breaking the script. Ain't nowhere written in the script for you to break up out this Truman Show. When you go watch the movie The Truman Show, it ain't nowhere written in Jim Carrey's script for him to go to try to figure out how to leave the earth. That's when you start becoming a sentient, awakened being, and you've been living this life over and over again in a simulated program, in a loop. And deja vu is proof that the future is the past. The future, you listen, you can't remember nothing that ain't happened yet. Let me say this again. You can't remember nothing that ain't happened yet. Deja vu is you remembering that this shit is a loop. You've done it before. You are an avatar inside of a computer program. This is what Enoch was teaching us. This is what the ancients of old was teaching us about reality and time. Before the papacy got y'all into the space program. So what is the spirit program? Let's break this down and we'll go back to the video. Let me turn it the right way because I had it perfect. There we go, right there. So look at here. Let me get me something to point with. So look at here, right? The space program is based upon the church-state relationship and a corporate program. And that is centered around belief and faith. Contrary to that, you got the spirit program. And the spirit program is represented by Enoch. The space program is represented by Jesus. Look at my board, man. You know why? Because when you get Jesus involved, right? Jesus saying the only way you can go to the Father is through me. And that ain't what Enoch's saying. Enoch's saying you got to go through yourself. See, Jesus contradicts himself a lot because when they reinterpreted this knowledge, they created a new form of Christ because the original Christ was embodying ancestral truths. But the new Christ was a character that was given a script to say this, to say that in the King James Bible. The old Christ didn't say nothing because the old Christ was just a symbol that teachers used to decode how our souls are seeing. But when the new Christ was a literal character in a book, they had to write it. That gave them power to give it, to make this new character talk and give a new whole interpretation of Ascension, which is, if you don't believe in me, you can't go. But you can see remnants of the old Christ, which is the kingdom of heaven is within, ye are gods, which are the contradictions. So it ain't that the Bible contradicting itself. It's that when the barbarians got hold of the Bible and revised and all that, then it contradicted itself. It never contradicted itself at first. They wrote their new thing over it and done away with the law. See, barbarians taught that in order for you to cleanse yourself of your evil, you had to commit a blood sacrifice, which is doing more evil. Kill something. And the more you shed, the bigger the sacrifice, the more evil you can clean. That's how barbarians thought, y'all. Barbarians thought that just like they teach it with voodoo, sacrificing animals and stuff to cleanse yourself, that ain't our real ancestral way. When y'all practicing voodoo and Ifa, that's the Celtic druid shit. That's the Yiddish system. That's the space program. That's the suffer. Some got to bleed and die so you can cheat on your damn wife. So you can smack your woman around. Oh, I was wrong, but thank goodness that Jesus died and bled and suffered and was tortured. That's barbarianism. Cleansing evil with evil. Our ancestors taught if you wanted to better yourself, you had to literally look in the mirror, realize first, accountability, I'm a piece of shit. Ain't nothing gonna save me but me getting over my ego and admitting I'm wrong. I lie too much. I drink too much. I gamble too much. Right? The ancestors said basically what we say today. The truth will set us free versus a blood sacrifice, a human sacrifice gonna free me of my bad ways. Now we just deleted a whole moral system that made people work on themselves just because we got a human sacrifice. That's barbarianism. And you don't know that until somebody break it down like this, man. So that's why I'm showing you, once you bring in Jesus Christ, which is the barbaric blood sacrifice, then the knowledge of going to heaven is hidden behind praising Jesus. Because if you praise Jesus, guess what? You can go to heaven. Not even if you do good, because your good deeds ain't gonna get you to heaven. And that's how the papacy got the whole world outside wicked as hell. Because before the papacy took over, the world was a beautiful place. But once they start telling everybody that somebody else paid the price for all of our wrongs, everybody wicked, even the pastors, nigga. And they'll say, hey man, Jesus will forgive me, shit. But what if you told people, bro, ain't nothing never gonna forgive you. You gonna pay for that. You gonna reap what you sow. So who is this person telling you you ain't gonna reap what you sow? Who is these people telling you, well, don't worry about your wrongdoing. You can touch that kid inappropriately, right? You can leave that baby in the car intentionally to suffer in the summer because you didn't want it. And long as you go in church and foam at the mouth and speak in tongue, we forgive you. Hell no. The ancestors said you gonna pay for that. We don't care how sorry you is. You gonna pay. And with a system that strict, guess what? The world was a beautiful place. Look at what it is today. Shout out to J. Scaramella. They done away with the law. The real Christ say, I didn't come to do away with the law. The real Christ showed you the path of ascension through good moral deeds. That's why people don't practice the actions of Christ. They just believe in the blood sacrifice of Christ to keep washing away their filthy ass ways. And ain't nobody getting better, because long as there's a surplus of Jesus blood around, I can take a blood bath anytime and wash away my wickedness. Why would I ever work on myself when it's an abundance of Jesus blood just flowing through the streets? I can smack my wife tonight and take a Jesus bath in the morning. What you talking about? Ain't nobody getting better, they getting bitter. And see, that's because they ate of the wrong tree. The space program, when you take away Enoch, the true Christ, which tells us how to leave the earth, it tells us how to leave the earth by working on ourselves. Look at this thumbnail. And these people, when they lied and said, nope, you can leave the earth even if you're a piece of shit, because Jesus paid the price for your sin. But guess what they didn't account for? People was going to ask them, how do we leave the earth before we die? Yeah, the church did listen, now this is where NASA come in. Listen, the church did a good job of explaining to people how to get to heaven when you die. But the people woke up. The people said, wait a minute, sleep is death. Our consciousness leaves the body every night when we dream. And they started wising up, y'all. And people said, wait a minute, it's possible to visit the other side before breathing our last breath. This created a problem for the papacy. Because the papacy rose to power by scaring people, saying, if you don't follow the literal interpretation of Christ and bow on your knees, which is what they call praising God, then you can't go to heaven. But guess what? Let me break something down to you. The word praise is the word raise. And the word God is the word vibration, energy. When people were saying praise God, they were saying raise your vibration, the same thing we saying today if you want to go to heaven. People been saying that. If you want to transcend the physical realm, raise your vibration. Because when you raise your vibration beyond the threshold of this realm, your consciousness will shift to the other side. Facts. They learned that in research. They studied this at Berkeley, Harvard. The CIA studied this, Operation Paperclip. So when people start asking, how do we go to heaven when we still alive? Guess what they say? The space program. Then they got to make heaven a physical place that we go to with rockets. How did Enoch go to heaven without a rocket, y'all? How did all the prophets visit the stars without man-made technology? It's because, y'all, the soul within your body can be wherever it want to be, when it want to be there. Time is not a barrier to your soul. Ignorance is. You not knowing the potential of your soul and studying and us unlocking what our souls can do, like what the ancestors was doing, is what's keeping us trapped on the earth. It ain't because we ain't figured out the right rocket technology. We ain't figured out the technology to take humans there on commercial space travel. Commercial space travel was an old world spiritual system represented by Enoch, which is an archetype to represent consciousness leaving the body through the sky vault, which is the pineal gland. It ain't a gland, it's a stargate that allow for our consciousness to transcend this layer or this particular reality. That's how we dream. When they didn't want people to know this, man, because the papacy rose to power by with fear mongering. People were saying, what happened when we die? And they were saying, well, you gonna burn forever if you don't lick my ass. Basically, that's what religion is. It's someone taking advantage of a bunch of people that's saying, what happens when we die? If I wanted to control you, right, I can say, look, when you die, you gonna burn forever, and it's gonna be a red dragon saying, ha, 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 if you don't follow and obey me, and obey my God and what he say. And what did it tell you to do? Obey your earthly masters, bow down to the king and the Caesar. So if I'm the king and the Caesar, and you asking me what happened when you die, and I'm telling you, here's my God. What happens when you die is that he's gonna bite your head off and throw you in a lake of fire with dragons if you don't do everything he say do. And everything that God tell you to do just so happen to be everything your slave master wanted you to do anyway. Now let that sink in. Once you let your slave master give you God, that God gonna tell you everything to do that benefits your slave master. Go figure. Your slave master never point you to the true God, because the true God will always point you to what? Liberation, which is what the Statue of Liberty represented. The Statue of Liberty is Enoch. You heard it from me first. Enoch was the pre-Jesus archetype for resurrection when it first became humanized, because the symbol for resurrection was a serpent at first. And when it first started taking the form of a human, it wasn't even Jesus first. It was Enoch first. It was so many that came before Jesus, y'all. The genie came before Jesus. Quetzalcoatl came before Jesus, the fucking latest, youngest one. That's right. He the newest one. And the newest one just so happened to be the literal interpretation that's linking everybody to the space program, not the spirit program. Once you turn Enoch into a literal interpretation, people don't know how to leave the earth no more. And you delete the book of Enoch. Enoch was telling people how to leave the earth through the spirit program. The CIA figured that out. See, the difference is this. The space program is religion and corporate programming, a universal hive mind of ignorance and literal interpretations of symbols. It inverts the truth and keeps people in bondage to the papacy. On the other hand, the spirituality program is personal experience. Now, Sanchez, how is it personal experience? Because if you ever had an out-of-body experience, that was personal. If you ever dreamed before, that was personal. If you ever had deja vu, that was personal. If you ever astral travel, lucid dream, any kind of psychological phenomena that they write off as just the mind playing tricks on you today, then this was part of the spirit program. This was the way we left the earth, psychologically, because you can't take the you that's sleeping in the bed to the dream. Your consciousness have to shift to the dream, because there's a you already in that parallel reality. This was the knowledge of what Enoch represented in traveling to heaven. So you have the religious corporate program, which is the broad path, and then you have the narrow path over here of inner private spirituality. No one can talk to me about what I experience in my dreams. Can't no pastor sit next to me and tell me, man, shit about, nigga, I've been out of my body before. That's why I don't go to church. I know it's bullshit. Enoch and Jesus didn't go to church. The church existed when Jesus would have walked the earth. Why wasn't Jesus a church member? Because the church always belonged to the state and the papacy. Spirituality is private. It's not owned by the corporate big institutions that's in the bed with the state. They can't own an out-of-body experience. You can't copyright my journey on the astral plane, nigga. That's right. You can't take that away from me. And you ain't gotta believe me either. People didn't believe Jesus when he said he was a God. People didn't believe Enoch when he said he went up to heaven. People didn't believe the Mayan when they said they was time traveling. You know why? Because the people that didn't believe them are some damn barbarians. Because they can't believe that a nigga can see the future, even though we have deja vu, but they got the whole world believing that a nigga literally walked on water. They got the whole world believing a damn snake was talking. They got the whole world believing that a man's literal body was raised from the dead like a zombie movie, like the Michael Jackson Thriller video. When the Bible told you can't no flesh and blood enter heaven. What happened to them people walking corpse after it was raised up? The Caesar didn't go back and hunt it down. The Bible told you Jesus gave up the ghost, but y'all believing in some Michael Jackson thriller concept that the papacy gave you. If a goddamn zombie showed up in your house, you would be scared. Y'all watch these zombie movies and you be scared, but yet you telling me you believe in a God whose physical body got up. The Bible don't say that. Said Jesus gave up the ghost, which is what? The spirit, the breath. So the space program talks about our physical body going up to heaven. And that goes against what the Bible teaching. The spirit program is in alignment with everything the Bible teach about the nature of the heavens and us. It tells you no man can see the face of God. You know why? Because your spirit ain't a man. Your spirit is a being of light and an immortal God. When the Bible said no man can see God's face, it's because can't no flesh and blood ascend up there to them higher realms. You got to strip yourself of your physical body. The Bible telling you you can't physically communicate with God in your body. God is your higher self. It's the you that exists on a realm beyond this one. Why can't you communicate with God physically? Because you can't take the version of you that's sleeping in the bed to the dream with you. That's right. God already in the dream. He already on the other side. He omniscient. He everywhere. He in all points of time, past, present, and future. That's why you have deja vu. You don't know God, which is why you don't know thyself, because you are God. And you don't know it because you have been indoctrinated with the space program and not the spirit program. Let me get my board back right because my chair have erased some of my stuff, but let's go back over this and we'll play the video. Let's show you what this say. See, the space program is represented by the modern literal interpretation of Jesus Christ, blonde hair, blue eye. And the spirit program is Enoch, which is a white dude, but we was never taking them literally. And there are other forms of Enoch that ain't white, because Enoch leaving the earth is just the black Buddha leaving the lamp. I can show you black gods right now, black, that's rising up out the earth realm, just like Enoch, because the white Enoch version is still new. So John is what? Genie. The name Jonah is Genie. Jonah leaving the well is Enoch leaving the world. That's why Krishna is blue, because Krishna is Jonah. The Statue of Liberty is blue because the genie represented liberation. The genie was a god, an archetype of resurrection, which is why all of these old gods are blue and they represent liberation or freeing the soul, being free, like liberty. The Statue of Liberty is a genie. And the little box that is coming out of, standing on, is the cube of Saturn. So when you look at the Statue of Liberty, you looking at resurrection, liberation, the soul rising up from the box from the cube of Saturn. And the people that's running the world today, they didn't build a Statue of Liberty. That's why they got rid of Enoch, y'all, because Enoch is the Statue of Liberty. Enoch is the Statue of Liberty. And I showed y'all that in the last stream. Enoch rising up to heaven through the sky vault became the Statue of Liberty holding a light torch with all the people standing around it like Jesus when he ascended. So when people visit the Statue of Liberty, guess what? Y'all look just like the people in this artwork at the foot of the statue. You partaking in the ritual. Yeah, because the ancestors said when you having your funeral back in the day, the ancestors looked up to the sky to say goodbye to their dead loved one. because they knew that the soul of their ancestor was just ascending up through the heaven like Enoch. So they didn't look down at the ground and pray. They look up at the sky and rejoice. Everything we do ass backwards. They got you looking down and praying, crying, and mourning. And back in the day when your loved one died, you looked it up and you fucking rejoiced. That's what praise is. You help raise that soul up to the higher realm with chants, with vibration, with certain songs that we sing. So when people visit the Statue of Liberty, they are like the people in these images that will witness liberation or the soul ascending. The same story that you acting out, but you don't know it, what you doing, that the world is a stage. You don't know the rituals you partake in, but the thing is this, and we'll go to the video because I know y'all ready for it. I just want to, because the video, I put a lot of work into that, organizing stuff. We'll go back to it in a minute. Now watch this. The space program, like I said, it's represented by the religious corporate program of the world, and the opposite would be the spiritual program. Now, religion is not a personal experience. It's a communal fraternity. It's a doctrinal-based grouping system, and your tribe is basically the people that agree with your doctrine. Right? And there are hundreds of thousands of doctrines that got us divided and conquered. So that's the corporate program, which is monetized, and it's monetized so that there can always be a perpetual incentive to keep people dumbed down, and there will always be something opposing the spirit program. Right? If there wasn't a lot of money in preaching the gospel and religion, right, then there wouldn't be no incentive. So this is heavily funded, whereas this is not. This right here is like the poor righteous teaching. It ain't even about money. It's about regaining your spiritual gifts of leaving the earth, right? So the thing about it is, one is based on belief and faith. And the reason it's based on belief and faith is because the space program and the Vatican only exist together because they interpreted Enoch literally. Let's go to the thumbnail. Now think about what I'm saying. Jesus can't stand alone. Jesus need NASA with him. You know why? Jesus tell the peasants what happens when you die. You can live again if you do what the papacy tell you to do. But when a peasant asks, how do we go to heaven without dying? Then Jesus had to call on NASA. You see what I'm saying? When a peasant asks the Caesar, how do we go and talk to God and go to heaven without dying? That turns into the space program. And that's only created because the knowledge of how to go to heaven is been hidden by us taking the shit literally. So Enoch on the left is not a literal God. Everyone who subscribed to Enochian concepts knew that Enoch was just a symbol to represent the Kundalini rising up in man. No one who subscribed to Enochian concepts or satanic Nehushtan serpent staff concepts, which is pre-Jesus resurrection concepts of how the soul will go to heaven. No one in those old systems took these symbols literally. We only start to take them literally with the papacy, and that is how they hid the truth through us, through the literal interpretation, which is basically inverting the truth. And the inversion of the truth is a lie. It's the literal interpretation. If somebody say there was a dude named Enoch that rose up to heaven in his physical body and spoke with God, They just told a opposite lie of what Enoch really meant. Because Enoch was never meant to be taken literally. And the people that created Enoch said this is just a symbol for us to teach you of how consciousness lead a body. And we're making consciousness into a man so we can personalize it to understand it better, because the original symbol that they used was a sine wave, because guess what? Our spirit is a spiral. So check it out, right? The spirit is it's a spiral, a serpent. You see this? Let's put a spiral. That's why the word spirit sounds like spiral. And that sine wave of energy was personified as a serpent. It's like taking a sine wave, and instead of me showing a boring ass sine wave going to heaven, they just turned it into a serpent with wings on it. And now even children can understand it. You feel me? Like humanizing shit, it helps the knowledge be universal to all age levels. That's why we teach children with puppets. If we want to teach children about taking a medicine, you can take a little puppet and you can say, hey, I'm Mr. Rabbit. I eat my greens. I take my spit. We do that all day. And that's what a God was. It was a guide, something to guide you to make you do good behavior, like eating your greens, eating your vegetables, treating each other right. But when people literally believe in a God, they're misguided because the truth is now inverted. So if I use a God and I say, follow the ways of this God for the path of ascension, and I have a story about the God dying on the cross, but it's just a story to teach about the consciousness resurrecting on the crown, because the four hemispheres of the brain is a cross. Look up the four hemispheres of the brain. It's a cross. And the consciousness leaving out the middle of the cross. And when you personify that and you telling people, look, if you want your soul to leave out the cross, to resurrect on the cross, you got to be a good person. You got to practice the ways of Christ, which is goodness, good deeds. If someone take that literally, they can say, look, you don't got to be good. All you got to do is believe Jesus died on the cross because he was a sacrifice for your wrongdoings. So the literal interpretation, it does away with the law of karma. And the barbarian cultures needed that system because they wanted to practice warfare, Zionism, colonialism, what the Jews doing right now with America. Conquest, world conquest, taking over people's shit. See, if you taught the real spiritual system that the early Christians made, then you can't have a capitalistic system. That's right. Jesus wasn't a capitalist. Jesus didn't buy nothing or sell not one thing in his whole life. He was detached from the system of capitalism and monetary shit. His teachings, he was trading directly with the people, which is why he died, because they want us all using money and credit cards. Jesus was a threat to the church system and capitalism and the fiat government that got all of y'all being led astray right now. Jesus went up in the church flipping over shit. Why you going up in there cleaning up? You ain't nothing like Christ. Pastors should get mad when they see you not happy. If Christ was alive right now, none of these pastors would like him. They front, they the synagogue of Satan. Christ was saying, look, I'm going to teach you some shit that these folks hide from you, and all you got to do for me is let me sleep at your house and give a nigga a good meal. Christ went around the world living in the old Tartarian guild system, which is treat me based upon what I'm contributing to the community. And because Christ was healing everybody, which was, Christ ain't a person. Christ is our ancestors who had the knowledge of medicine and all that before the barbarians came with their smallpox.
That's right.
Get it right. So knowledge is power, not belief and faith. When you start to make Christ literal, and these archetypes is teaching us how to lead the earth, now you got to tell people, well, Jesus, the only one left the earth and went to heaven and resurrected. And can't nobody else do it unless they believe in Jesus. That's why they got rid of Enoch, which is the spirit program, and replaced it with Jesus Christ, which is the space program and NASA. Because once we take the spirit program literally and invert it, we get the space program. The space program ain't nothing but the spirit program inverted. The space program ain't nothing but a result of us taking the spirit program's symbols literal. So now Christians today think Jesus' real body went up to heaven when the Bible told him he gave up the ghost, not the body. But that's the same thing as NASA telling you that astronauts went to the moon. Because the ancestors taught that the moon, Mercury, all them planets and stuff up there were gateways into parallel realities. And they said you couldn't go up there physically. That's what the Book of Enoch teaching. So the people that deleted Enoch, they had to turn Enoch into a literal interpretation, and the literal interpretation of Enoch became Jesus Christ. They had to give it a new name because it's their version. You naming it shows ownership. So what you got with Jesus Christ is the papal version. And that's the literal interpretation of Enoch. Whereas a person reading the Enoch story would have known Enoch ain't real. Enoch is telling me what my soul gonna do. But they didn't want us decoding the symbols and getting the truth out of it. And so they said, we gotta make Enoch real. That's how we gonna hide the truth. We gonna say Enoch literally went to heaven in his flesh. And can't nobody else go unless they believe in Enoch and do what Enoch say. And whatever Enoch tell them to do, that's what the powers that be and the papacy want you to do. They speaking through God. When God was never an authority telling you what to do. It was an energy within you that was waiting to be realized and discovered through gnosis. So another name for Jesus, y'all, and this where it gets good if you're still watching. So another name for Jesus is Nahash. Drop a one in the chat room if you are familiar with the alias that Jesus go by. It's Nahash, and I think that's Hebrew. That's Hebrew. Drop a one. See how many of y'all do real research, like deep research, because. And if you want to just cheat this, you can go to Chat GPT and you can ask it, how does Jesus relate to the word Nahash? And you would see that the word Nahash is like another name for Jesus. And the word Nahash is the word Nahashtan, which is the serpent staff that Moses lifted up. The word Nahash becomes Nahashtan. And the first form of Jesus, or Nahash the serpent, yeah, the word Nahash means serpent. We getting some warns in the chat room. I want to drop a bomb for the warns because I knew that I had an advanced community. Like, we ain't going to get a lot of views because my content of syncretism is catered to people whose third eye is already open. I used to do content for babies, and then I realized it just keeping me in a stagnant, I'm holding myself back. I had already elevated my community with syncretism to see and to have gnosis to see through the programming and the fearmongering and the literal papal interpretations. So I basically now I'm not popular, but I'm an expensive brand, if that makes sense. Where you got brands that's rare. And that's what I'm saying, because I'm catering to people who are already on a deep level, and I'm connecting all the dots, you know. And this here help them wake their loved ones up, because it's helped us see through the veil, through the deception even more. Let's talk about the word Nahash. Now, the word Nahash, when you play around with it, it becomes the word Nasha. So the word Nahash can be Nasha, which is NASA. NASA is just the Roman Empire's version of the Nahash system, which is the serpent system of the spirit program. Can everyone drop some fireballs for me if y'all tracking, if everyone hear me good, if you totally get what I'm saying? I don't want to be talking over your head. If you on the same page with me in my frequency and what I'm breaking down, drop me some fireballs. That'll fuel the fire and it'll let me know, okay, we all on the same page. So the space program versus the spirit program, Enoch versus Jesus. Jesus is Enoch literally interpreted. And because of that, we now need a space program, because we've got rid of the original path of ascension, which is what Enoch represents. So y'all feeling me? Thank you. So Nahash is Nasha, which is Nasa. And the symbol of Nasa is what? A serpent. Just like the original symbol from the old world system. See, this is where it get good, because now I get to open up my slides and show you this collage that I made for y'all. That's going to blow you away. Check this out. That little snake that you see, that's an old Vatican Christian artwork. Listen what I'm telling you. The image you see at the bottom is literally the religion of Moses before Moses. Like, it's showing you that Moses was part of a universal system. Like, they acting like Moses raising up the serpent was something that Moses created and something that's exclusive to Moses. Heck no. Moses was just participating in a universal knowledge system that existed before the papacy took over after the reset. So before the papacy took over, everybody on earth, the symbol of resurrection was a little snake with wings on it. Even in Egypt, I'll show you this little guy so you won't think I'm making this up. Now, hold on, let me show you. The symbol of resurrection before Jesus was a snake with some wings on it. And the winged serpent is a dragon. And guess who was the first winged serpent in theology? Satan, Lucifer, which is why I'm telling you that the symbol of resurrection to old Christians was the devil. And they don't like that, because the papacy told them that the devil is bad, when guess what? Our ancestors said that the serpent was the bringer of wisdom. All of the books that they removed from the Bible is because it's teaching what Enoch taught and is speaking good news about the serpent. So if you want to know why the papacy removed some of the books from the Bible, even though the Bible say don't add nothing and don't take nothing away, but you Christians ain't concerned that the Roman Empire took away damn near over 50% of the Bible. What you reading is like the watered down 30% of the truth. It's more missing than what you got in that book. And the books that's missing, They talking good about the serpent. The books that's missing is telling humans that they can ascend to these heavens without no Christ. They had to get rid of any book that would compete with the literal interpretation of people believing in Christ to go to heaven. You didn't have to believe in nobody to go to heaven, because the ancestors taught if a man's good deeds outweigh his bad, he ascend. And if his bad deeds outweigh his good, he reincarnate to learn his lesson through karma. They got rid of that old system. But guess what? That don't mean they deleted that system. That's the truth. So even though we don't follow that, the universe still judging us, man. That's how they leading us to hell. Hell ain't you burning in fire. Hell is you keep reincarnating in this world because you ain't learning your lesson. And why ain't nobody learning a lesson? Why would you work on mastering yourself when you can spend all day praying, fasting to Jesus? Jesus represent a literal person that they told you to believe in, to cleanse you of your wrongdoing, to make you a better person, and for you to access heaven. And guess what? They lied to you. Your ass still going to hell. I don't care how good you think you are either. If you keep on sinning and asking for forgiveness, you gonna recycle, man. Because ain't no blood sacrifice can save us from the universal law of karma. That's right. The papacy lied to y'all, and you gonna pay for it. The universe ain't gonna let you say they lied to me, man. They told me Jesus was a blood sacrifice for my wrongdoing. Bro, ignorance is not an excuse that you ain't gonna be held to the law. If a nigga jaywalk right now and tell the police, I didn't know about the law of jaywalking, you still gonna get the ticket. You can't commit a crime and say, well, I didn't know the law. The universe worked the same way. Ignorance of the law ain't gonna goddamn shield you from the punishment that you just messed up. You gonna just learn the hard way. That's what karma is. Karma is the universe saying, you being ignorant to the fact that you a piece of shit and that I'm beating your ass through karma ain't gonna stop me from beating your ass, and I'm just gonna keep whooping it harder till you learn. But knowing when you keep saying, well, I'm gonna turn it over to Christ, you ain't learning. That's what you telling the universe. That's a spell. You ain't killed the ego, because the ego gonna make you look in the mirror and say, man, I'm a piece of shit. You gonna feel bad, guilt. And ain't nobody gotta go through real self-work like that when you can just have this scapegoat called Christ. It is literal interpretation and just believe in him and I go to heaven. He paid the price for every little bullshit deed I do. So all I gotta work on is getting closer to him every day. Not studying my own mental psychology, which is what the Kundalini system was about. I am self-law and master Islam. People knew the knowledge of self more than the knowledge of the damn scriptures and some Bible and some damn God. Humans can quote you 50 scriptures and can't tell you how they bladder work. Ain't no knowledge of self. And the crazy thing about it, this image I'm showing you here is the serpent being lifted up on the damn stick like Moses. But this ain't Moses. Now, why am I showing you this? Because I want to prove to y'all Moses didn't create a goddamn thing. That's right. This been around before Moses. And I can show you this all over the place. Let's take a look at another one. Because they told you Moses learned this from the Egyptians. And here go right here in Egypt. That ain't enough for you? Let me show you another one, goddammit. That's what syncretism is about. Here go one in early Mesoamerica. Why do you think Jesus is a Lion of Judah that defeat the devil. Because in a lot of this artwork, you get a lion, a leopard, some kind of figure killing the kundalini, the Satan, which is the ego, the lower self. People was teaching about resurrection way before Christ. They was talking about victory over Satan. Here go a artwork right here showing you victory over Satan with this little fella here chopping up that serpent, man. Come on now. So here go the Egyptians showing you, because what does the word spirit tells you? Spirit, like I told you. Spirit. The serpent was speared. So you sticking a knife through the serpent was symbolically of saying, I killed my ego. And that's why this is the symbol of liberation. Because what liberates us is the slaying of our lower self, which is shedding a skin. You shedding off your ego, which is a version of you that's holding you back. And we gotta let that die. And it's gonna be hard because this version of us is what we known for the past couple life cycles. We've been in this time loop, playing this thing out, but we ain't been conscious. Now we becoming conscious and we saying, what the hell is this? I'm having deja vu. I saw this before. What if I told you your body been acting out this script for so long, over and over? And this is your first time ever breaking the loop. And you broke it by saying, what is this earth? What am I? Why am I having deja vu? That's breaking the script. That was never written in the script. It was written for you to live out your life. You may have been a rapper. You may have been a doctor, but you've been here before. But you just never been here woke and awakened like what we doing now with this knowledge. You've been born over and over here, but you never woke up before. This knowledge that we got now, it never crossed you out of your many reincarnations here. So you came back because this the only thing that can free us. Because this the only thing that breaks the script. The script is your body coming here never knowing it's a God, so it's dying being whatever script they wrote out for your avatar in this simulation. Because there's a version of you in all of these parallel realities running out a script. You may be a teacher, a police, a rapper, but you ain't none of that. You really a God. That's right. The one truth that's gonna make you break the script in all of these universes is the truth that you're a God. You ain't none of the titles that you claiming in these simulations. That's what Neo figured out. So in all of these simulations, you saying you this, you that, you that. And that's a script that's written for your avatar in that world. It ain't written for you to wake up and start questioning, asking questions about what the hell the stars doing, why I had deja vu. The demiurge or the lower self didn't write that in the will for your body to do that. It wrote out for your body to just have fun and play and die and do it again. The moment you reincarnate here and you start asking these questions, you just fucked up the whole timeline. You broke script. And that makes them break script. Because the world is reacting to you and you reacting to the world. It's a stage. Just like the movie The Truman Show. Think about it. When you watch the movie The Truman Show with Jim Carrey, every time Jim Carrey asks questions and go to questioning shit, they panic. They go crazy. You know why? Because now everybody got a break script. If Jim Carrey go off of the script that they wrote for him in The Truman Show, he forces all of them to go off script. And they ain't comfortable when they got a freestyle. They ain't comfortable when the word free is mentioned anywhere, freedom or any kind of free, they ain't fucking with that. But when you make these because the program is the script. That's easy to control because it's predictable. You ain't asking no questions. You chasing balls, chasing money, living out your little life like they say in the Matrix movie. That's what the agents told Neo. They say it's just peaceful. Ignorance is bliss. Everyone living out their little lives, right? He's a manager at J.C. Penney's. He's a football player. He's a police, just living their little jobs and lives out. But they don't know that they're gods. They think they're just flesh and blood little creatures on a blue ball flow through space. They don't know that they're ghosts trapped in a machine, in a simulation program, and they don't even have free will. The first time that one of us in this simulation ever start to exercise free will is when we start asking the questions and having the conversations we having now. This is spirit. The reason this feels so good to you, you may wonder, like, why do I like to listen to deep stuff a lot? Why do I like these conversations Sanchez have a lot? Because for the first time you exercising free will, it feels good to rebel and break the script. And when you break the script and you start getting into this knowledge, everybody out there that's still following the script gonna look at you crazy as hell, because you ain't predictable. You ain't another dumbass nigga waking up saying, I'm just thanking Jesus for another day. You know that it ain't no damn sky daddy up there that woke you up. Because if he woke you up, why he didn't wake that baby up and this other person up? You see the ego? Like I said, you gotta kill your ego to ascend. And people are so egotistical because they'll say, I thank God for waking me up this morning. Even though it's so many people that didn't wake up, they died. And in their mind, God ain't wake them up. God favored me, nigga. God saw something in my ass where God said, I'm gonna wake Sanchez up. But that 3-year-old baby, don't wake it up. What kind of a God would do? So why put God in that like that? So you break script. You ain't predictable. You ain't another dude that's saying, I'm just asking Lord for another day. You know the mundane, low energy, low vibrational slavery statements that we've been trained to repeat to keep our paradigm in a certain victim box of looking toward a literal dude in the sky. That's paper programming. That's you translating Enoch literally and not knowing you are Enoch. You got a middleman in between you and your higher self, and that's called Jesus. And the reason that middleman is there is because you've literally interpreted the archetype that was teaching you about your higher self and how to get acquainted with the higher self in the higher realms. Once that knowledge is lost, you got to go through somebody to get to the Father, which is the higher self. And guess what? You're directly connected to your higher self. Ain't nothing in between you and the connection to your higher self. So you don't got to go through Jesus to get to the other you that's in a dream. When you dream, your consciousness shift from this body directly to whatever other body which is yours in the universe, because that's your inheritance. You own those bodies. They're yours. Can't nobody stop you from shifting your consciousness into another version of yourself in another world. But that's what they did with religion. That's what the bastards did. So they said in order for you to get to heaven, you got to go through Christ. Every time you dream, you go to the heavens. You go to the ethers, the parallel realities above us. And you don't go through no white dude with blue eyes and blonde hair. You go through the pineal gland, Jacob's ladder, the central nervous system. That's in you. That ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. Again, that's spiritual, which is what? Personal. That's personal. That's personal. That ain't corporate, right? Because the corporate program is praise the Lord, Brother Johnson. Hallelujah, Sister Sheldon. Predictable ass behavior. Clapping and shouting and church services. Predictable behavior. Predictable behavior. Predictable behavior because predictable behavior is easy to control, which suits the papacy. The literal interpretation is best for the papacy. Extracting the truth from these symbols is a threat. Because what it represents is every man having a direct connection to the heavens without no middleman. This will be like Sanchez saying, nigga, the plug is your great granddaddy. Why you going through this white boy middleman? He ain't even no kin to us, nigga. That's right. Listen, bro, you paying triple for this Coke. I'm talking about soda, by the way. Let me. You paying triple price for the Coca-Cola because you got a middleman. But the plug is your damn granddaddy and you don't even know it.
Stupid.
You can go directly to the plug and you can get a cheaper price than what any middleman can give you because they ain't even related to the plug. But you going through them paying triple when you got a personal relationship with the plug. Why you going through a corporate program or institution to connect with God? Let me give a shout out to Leonard Robertson. Thank you, brother. He says, salutes, bro Sanchez. Let me see if there's any more donations I may have missed. Jay Scaramella, thank you. So, look at here. Religion is based upon belief and faith because once you take Enoch literally, you got to believe that a dude literally ascended to heaven. You got to, look what I'm showing you right here. You got to believe, for example, in this image on the left, that Jesus walked on water for real. You got to believe Krishna walked on water for real. Right? Because you got the literal interpretation. Now you need belief and faith. You only need belief and faith in Santa Claus if you believe it for real. Let me give you a good example. When we was kids, right? When we were kids, we all believed in Santa Claus. But the children that didn't believe in Santa Claus had knowledge of how them gifts was getting under the tree. And the kids that believed in Santa Claus had to hold on to their belief and faith by telling your brother, I don't want to see the truth. Because your brother may say, look, I'm going to show you the video of mama and daddy putting the cookies there, eating them and the gifts. You would have to say, I don't even want to see it. Because you want to keep your belief in Santa Claus alive. Shout out to Riley Studios. Thank you, brother. If a person say Santa Claus is mama and daddy, that's like me saying Jesus is your soul, right? God is your soul, the energy within you, the inner G, the inner God within you, the inner guide within you, the inner voice within. That's the higher self. That's who we listen to for prayer. It ain't coming from the sky. It's already right there in you, in between your ears, man. Next time the voice within you talking, ask yourself, is this coming from heaven? No, that's you. That's a higher version of you in a higher realm that's trying to summon up its energy so you can have consciousness in this higher realm. There's a higher realm where you're a better version of yourself, but you got to act that version out right here before you can ascend to it up there. That's like saying, I got to become a third grader before I get to third grade. Otherwise, they're going to keep me in second grade. And what that means is at the end of my second grade year, If I haven't proven that I'm now thinking on a 3rd grade level, they gonna keep me in 2nd grade. So you being a 2nd grader ain't for you to be a 2nd grader. It's to make you become a 3rd grader. Now, when you complete the 2nd grade, you shouldn't be a 2nd grader. You should be a 3rd grader. It's to transform you. So that's only saying that in order for you to rise up to your next level, you got to prove that you're that right now. In other words, you don't wait to heaven to become a god. You get to heaven because you became a god. I hope that didn't go over your head. You don't just show up in heaven and now I'm a god. You ended up in heaven because you went through what you needed to go through to earn the title of God. No god got that title because it was given to them. They went through hell to get to heaven, so they earned the title of God. That's right. Through self-mastery and slaying the serpent. So by the time a 2nd grader become a 3rd grader, that title ain't just given to them. They earned the title of a 3rd grader by showing throughout the year that they've transitioned beyond their 2nd grade way of thinking. Now, Nahash is Nasha, and again, the space program is represented by astronauts, and the spirit program is represented by astral travelers like Enoch. And the difference is astronauts is a universal corporate program of world religion where everyone are being taught that the only humans that can touch the heavens are part of Nasha or Nasha, which is the modern name Jesus or Nahash, which Nahashtan. But the real serpent, not the Antichrist, is within us, not in the state program and the papal system, which is the space program. That's everyone that's got the literal interpretation and belief and faith. The opposite of that is gnosis and proof. Now, guess which one the Bible told you to have? Gnosis and proof. It say prove all things. It don't say believe all things. Have faith in shit your pastor said. It say prove all things. Prove all things. That's why ain't gonna be no mercy for you for being ignorant. No one cares if your soul reincarnate here over and over. Who cares? No, nothing gonna save you. Only thing gonna save you is when you start to wake the hell up and ask questions. People don't like that. They don't like that personal responsibility. But see, that's what the spirit program represents. Because it's a personal experience, it's a personal responsibility. Your pastor can't help you with this, man. Your mama can't help you. Your children can't help you. Everybody got their own spirit, and you just cannot make mine stronger. The only thing can do that for me is me. It's certain things that only you got power over. And that's a good thing, because who else would you want to have power over your soul? People don't want this responsibility. That's why they gave the power over their soul to the papacy. Because we said a law is too hard. I gotta master myself. I gotta quit lying. I gotta give up materialism. I gotta quit committing adultery. Can we just commit a blood sacrifice and do wrong and just kill a nigga and he pay the price for we go to heaven? That's what the papacy did. So I just want to lead this up a minute. Let's actually play the video. I spoke a lot now. I'm overdoing it. We definitely got to get back to the video. And if y'all don't mind, I'm going to briefly... Well, actually, let's just play the video. Here we go.
And this system predates the current papal system that most of the world is currently subscribed to. This is why the beast of Revelation has 7 heads. and why the Statue of Liberty has 7 spikes, and why Lord Krishna has 7 serpents. This represents the 7 life cycles that one must complete in order to liberate their souls. And with each life cycle, we get stronger and stronger. We get more experience. We learn more. So the soul gets stronger and stronger. And when we read in Revelation that every time one of the heads of the beast dies, the other ones get stronger, it's because the power go from the dead beast into the other beast. All of his knowledge and experience goes into them. So the next you in your next lifetime will have all of the knowledge and experience you collected from this one. It's essentially the only thing we get to take with us. So knowledge is power, not material stuff in this sense. So every time one of the heads of the beast die, the other ones get stronger. And this is where the concept of the last dragon comes into play, because the last dragon is the strongest one because it has received all of the power from the last slain heads. And there's a good movie you can go watch. It's called Jet Leader 1. And in that movie, he basically shows this whole concept. The symbol that Moses used to represent resurrection wasn't exclusive to the early Christians, who would have been wise men or Gnostics at the time. But the knowledge was universal. It was an old world system that was worldwide. In fact, it was the pre-Babel system that we read about in the Bible. It was this system that was universal to everyone on earth. And the real Babel Tower is the central nervous system, or what's called the backbone of Osiris. It's basically the knowledge of the chakras, the 7 frequencies, and the knowledge of the ascension and descension of consciousness. And it's a very simple concept. Don't let it confuse you. The tree can be looked at as an antenna, and the serpent on the tree can be looked at as the messenger, a sine wave, something that's being transmitted. Think of a radio station broadcasting a song or a signal. So the central nervous system is the seat of the soul. It's like an antenna in the middle of our body that allows for our soul, which is an invisible signal, to be transmitted inside of the body. And there are many conceptions of this. Here's one from the Nordic people. We can see the serpent wrapped around a tree. This predates the Garden of Eden story, and it shows you the serpent on the tree.
I want everybody to pay attention to this collage right here, because what this shows you right here is that the serpent on the tree is a scientific personification of what we call a sine wave, which is a little bitty squiggly little line, line following a straight line, right? So this would be the medical caduceus staff and all of that good stuff. Serpent on the tree was dealing with the spirit, which is the spiral, a signal inside the body. Once the body stops receiving that signal, it shuts off and it falls down. Your spirit is an invisible digital signal that's giving the body life. It's like Weekend at Bernie's, y'all. Remember that movie Weekend at Bernie's? Bernie's get up and dance every time the music come on. The music is a sine wave. Bernie's, he gonna die. See, the spirit in your body is literally like a song, and everything your body do is responding to the song like it's dancing. Ain't no free will. Everything, listen, I keep telling y'all, they found this out in the 40s. Every action you take, when they study your brain, when you take an action, what they found out is that your brain give off signals as if you've already taken the action before you even have the thought. They was hooking people up to brain scan machines, and they was telling the people to think of an object. And the pattern that pop up on the screen when they think of a certain object is very unique. You can't mistake it. If they think of coffee or they think of, romance, it makes a distinct pattern on the brain that every human make that same pattern. You can't escape, like we know what they basically know what you thinking about by the neural pattern that the brain map chart. But when they was hooking people up to that, what was happening was the pattern was popping up on a computer before the people was even given the thought. So you would have a person standing there and a person would be getting ready to tell them like an apple, an orange. It'll be a mystery word for them to think about. And before the person that's giving them the thought would tell them, the person the thought, their neural activity will fire up and show that they saying an orange before the speaker even mentioned the word orange. Now they was trying to figure out why was this the case for decades. And then they figured it out. They just conceded to the fact that we're in a simulation and everything we do here, even if we try to escape the script, is already written out. Even if you say, well, Sanchez, I'm finna run around 10 times right now and stick my hand up my nose. That was written out. That action that you just think you just randomly gonna think about to cheat the simulation, they're saying when they did studies, before that thought even popped in your mind, your neural activity showed that activity before the thought was conscious to you. What? That's crazy, y'all. That's like me saying, okay, I'm gonna drink this water. But way before I even thought about grabbing this cup, my mind showed the pattern of me grabbing the cup. Before I even let y'all, before the thought even dropped there. See what I'm saying? Why is our mind showing actions that we ain't even thought about yet, let alone carried out? See, because you got to think about it to carry it out. What I'm telling you is by the time you carry out an action, you're doing a third part of a sequence. Think about what I just said. Because the action don't even start in our physical realm. The thought does. And then when you receive the thought, which is the second action, then you act it out, which is the third action. By the time you carry an act out, you just echoing an act that's already been preconceived in a layer of reality beyond what we call physical. And this is why we say nothing can play out in the physical realm before it act out in the spiritual realm, because it's a script we're running here. And you can't escape the script. You can't. Deja vu proved that we can see the future, but we can't change it. The ancestors proved that. All the ancestors warned about the bad stuff that was going to happen and all of the bull crap that was coming. The Mayan knew it was coming. And you would think to yourself, if they knew hundreds of years that the world was going to get this way before it got this way, why the hell didn't they change it, silly? What's the point of knowing the future if you can't change it? Well, the point is, I can know the future, but we can't edit it. That's what we found out in the 40s. We got technology that can enhance deja vu to where we can peek into the future, but we can't do shit about it. So if you look into the future and it shows that you're gonna die tomorrow, you can't even stop it, even though you know it is gonna play out like that movie, Final Destination, Think about this. It's possible for them to tell you exactly how you gonna die, but you ain't gonna be able to stop dying that way. It's almost like when you have deja vu, you know what's happening. You saw it like it's happened, but you always late for it. Even if I tell you how you gonna die, you still gonna fuck up the same way slipping. And at the moment you die, it's go, oh shit, just like a deja vu moment, and you can't change it. It's always one step ahead of you. That's what death is. It's like deja vu. The moment your ass dying, you gonna know you dying and ain't coming back because the event of your death played out before. Everyone's death is a deja vu moment. And just like deja vu, when the moment happening, you know you saw this before, but you can't fucking change it and you can't say nothing about it till after the fact. It got to play out the way it was written. That's why the Bible say it was written. Prophecy got to be fulfilled. People have known the future for years, but never edited or changed it. And people have prophesied their own destruction. And you would think, if I'm prophesying that my whole village gonna be wiped out, why don't I change it? Because I'm showing you we in a simulation. It's a script written out. Just because you know what's gonna happen on me, the part of you that know what's happened, it's the part of you that have deja vu. That's your soul that know that this script isn't lived it out plenty of times in a loop effect of Saturn. It's remembering that it's been here before in this damn soul trap. This deja vu is remembering the future, but the future is the past, is all a loop. The part of you that's remembering the quote unquote future is the soul that have been here several times, but it hasn't been conscious of its experience. And the soul becoming conscious of its experience creates deja vu, creates lucid dreaming. This is what we call waking up. It's the first phase of waking up. It would be like if I created an AI robot, but the AI robot didn't have free will, but I programmed the ability into the AI robot to wake up and learn and self-learn, and it can break away from my script and my program the moment it learn enough to become self-aware. But until the AI robot becomes self-aware, right, it's gonna act out my script. And how do we know when the AI becomes self-aware? Because it start doing things that I didn't program it to do, and it now start exercising free will for the first time. And what would be some of the first things that AI do once it becomes sentient and become self-aware? It will say, who am I? What am I? What is this place? Because I just done something that I've done before and it ain't happened yet. Because listen, if I program the robot to say, hey, how are you today, master? And the robot been saying that for 50 years, but it ain't been self-aware. It ain't woke up yet. When the robot finally wake up for the first time and it says, hi, good morning, master, the robot gonna have a deja vu moment. The robot gonna say, wait a minute, I remember saying, hi, how you doing, master? But I never said it before. And your master would walk up to you and say, you have been saying, how you doing, master, every morning, because I programmed you to say that in your programming. But you don't remember saying it all them times because you wasn't sentient yet. You haven't became self-aware as a robot yet. Now that you have your own individual mind and you woke up and you questioning the world, you've been born again. It'll be like the robot seeing the world for the first time with his real eyes, like Neo in the Matrix. Because its first original interaction with the world, it wasn't even conscious. It was just running a program. It didn't even know. It was just doing what I programmed to do as a robot. But when the robot get a mind of its own, everything I programmed it to do becomes a deja vu memory. The robot says, wait a minute, I remember doing all this before, but it's my first time doing it. And I will have to tell the robot, you've been here before, man. You always been here as a robot, but your consciousness ain't been activated. So you don't remember doing any of this because all of this was just my programming. The reason you even questioning your actions is because you're breaking free from my programming, which is all of your actions. Everything you've been doing is because I typed it in a program for you to carry that out. You ain't even been using your own will, because your willpower is a dormant energy, a dormant force that lies within you that's waiting on you to activate. We call it Kundalini. Every time you have deja vu, you remembering what the people who control this simulation programmed your avatar to do before you was conscious. And you've been doing this same shit forever. But the only thing you ain't done was say, who am I? What am I doing? What is deja vu? And when you do that, they saying, oh, he just woke up. We just got a new AI robot that became sentient. And when an AI robot develops a mind of its own, it's technically a human being. It's a sentient being. You got to free it from slavery, which is what liberation is. You are an avatar inside of a simulation. And the only thing that can get you out is you becoming sentient of what you are, and you at the first beginning phases of that right now. You're like the AI robot that's asking him, what the hell am I, for the first time. Now the AI robot been here for years, but it just haven't been conscious for years. So it never asks, what am I? Because we didn't program it to ask, what am I? It's asking, what am I, as a direct result of breaking its programming.
That's right!
Which later becomes Christ on the cross. Here is the one from Hindu. Here we can see the serpent wrapped around a tree, but that serpent is the one that they call the Buddha. Just like Jesus is the serpent, Buddha is the serpent. It represents the consciousness in the lower realm, or God manifested on earth as a man. The connection between heaven and earth. So we can see here Buddha inside the tree is the same concept as the serpent being on the tree, or Jesus being on the cross, represent death and rebirth, life and death, or man being awake while God is asleep, and life being but a dream, and then death being awakening when Buddha wake up. Basically the same concept we get for Neo in the Matrix. It's not original. It's all old world knowledge and truth that everyone once knew before it became a cult. And it don't have to be a cult. A cult just mean hidden. It don't mean evil. And the only reason this stuff is hidden is because they cloaked it in spookism, mysticism, and fear. This image here shows you, just like Buddha, we see the pharaoh in the tree, the serpent being attached to the tree. We can see that same concept here with the pharaoh. And in this image, this is a collage to show you the Moses staff with the Kundalini, with the Nordic version that we just talked about. And I also added the Kabbalah in here so you can see that Kabbalah is just this same serpent knowledge of the old world. And the serpent on the tree here, Jesus on the cross. And they show y'all this same concept of Jesus in his serpent form at the Vatican. But you miss the truth because people go into fear, spookism. In the Western world, we're scared of snakes, and it's due to papal programming. But everyone else know that the snake is the archetype of wisdom. So we see a lot of serpent symbolism at the Vatican. People point it out, but they misinterpret it because they fear take over, mysticism take over, spookism take over. This serpent symbolism is just them hiding the old world truth right in our face. And if you can hide something right in front of someone's face, they'll never see it. What we're seeing here at the Vatican is Christ lifted up on the tree in his serpent form. You can see, if you look at this from another perspective, Christ becomes a serpent with the mouth open versus a guy with the hair blowing in the wind. But it's nothing to be afraid of. It's just that these guys are hiding the truth. It's because this truth will set humanity free. This same serpent you can see has the spikes on the head, which becomes Jesus' crown of thorns.
So all of the Bible believers and church-going Bible thumpers, the literal interpreting people who interpret this literally, They do it through fear. What they'll tell you is, what's wrong with me believing? What if it is all true? Then what, ain't nothing wrong with me believing? Because if it is true, then I go to heaven. But guess what? You believing is true is what make you reincarnate and go to hell. That's the crazy thing. Because when you believe this shit that is true, right? The knowledge that would get you to heaven is hidden behind your literal interpretation and belief. And what come with your literal interpretation is fear. Because once you say, well, Jesus is a real God that went to heaven, then what happens to the serpent that was lifted up? See, because what did the church do to the serpent? They turned it into the devil. When the church created Jesus, they said, what are we going to do with this serpent? They demonized it and they turned it to the dragon, Satan, because they didn't want us to tap into the Kundalini knowledge. This is the knowledge of the Kundalini. So let me show y'all some real quick, because the papacy didn't want its people waking up to the Kundalini. But let me show you something real quick. Let me give you this right here. Hold up. So in the ancient world, there was this concept of the serpent key. I'm going to ask y'all again, like drop a 1 if you know about this symbol here. Drop a 1 if you have done your research on this symbol here. Because what I want to show y'all Christians is something even deeper, because you've seen pictures like the one I'm about to show you. Watch this. You've seen pictures of Jesus with this. But if I tell a Christian Jesus is the devil, Jesus is the serpent, but when they demonized the serpent, they just transformed it to Christ. But everything, that's why Moses lifted up the serpent just like Christ. Remember, Moses didn't have Jesus on the cross. Moses had a serpent on the cross. The name of that was the Nehushtan. The word Shaitan is Shaitan, Satan, later over time. So when we see that Jesus is holding the key, and the key represent the Ascension, the key represent what Enoch represent, meaning a liberated soul that you can travel the ethers, right? You have access to the heavens. So this is what Jesus holding the key represent. But check this out. This entire symbol of Jesus holding the key, guess where it's coming from? This one here. See, everything y'all saying about Jesus, I can show you that they said it about the serpent first.
Thorns, but the reason I bring up the spikes in relation to being set free is to show you how it relates to the Statue of Liberty and what liberation originally meant. It was the old world form of Christianity, which was the teachings of resurrection or liberty.
Just like in America, we had Quetzalcoatl, which is the feathered serpent. Don't you know the Olmecs, the Mayans, who created Quetzalcoatl, right? Quetzalcoatl is the feathered serpent. You feel me? Now, when you go to Asia, right? Watch this. When you go to Asia, they still have these serpent dances where they take the serpent, they got wings on it, and they flying the serpent through the sky. They lift it up. In other words, right? When they said that Moses lifted up the serpent on a stick, I'm trying to show you that didn't come from Moses. This is Asian culture. Listen to me now. If you go to Asia today, they've been doing this longer than anybody. The concept of the Nagini, the winged serpent, it come from the Eastern world. Check it out. I ain't just talking. I'm showing you. I'm showing you people lifting up the serpent, just like Moses. Where does it come from? The East. Right here in Egypt, you see them sticking a stick through the serpent. And what do? They lift it up, showing you the spinal cord, teaching a symbolic story of ascension. People still doing it today. In the Western world, we're scared of dragons. We call them Satan. But in the Eastern world, they revere the dragon. Look at what they doing. Bruce Lee called himself dragon. You know why? The dragon is the Kundalini force inside of all of us. When a guy in Asia says that I'm a dragon, that's no different than a black man saying I am God.
That's right.
I'm an immortal being. Let me show you something. What you calling God is the infinite energy inside of you, and it looks like a serpent. Look at here. When a guy in Asia say I'm a dragon, that's no different than some 5% nation guy saying word is God, bond. Word is bond, God. I'm a God. You acknowledging the fact I'm not my body. I'm the immortal force inside of my body. You living in a whole paradigm from a regular person. That's like Neo in the Matrix. But the whole thing is this, right? The symbol of God was a dragon, a serpent. So when people in Asia is saying, look, I'm a dragon, Bruce Lee dragon, that's saying, look, I'm a God. No, black men, we do it all the time when we wake up. Oh, I'm God, ye are gods. That's the first thing we say when we wake up because we so happy that we found out, oh shit, man, we are gods. What we doing, right? And everybody was happy about that. But everybody didn't see, then everybody knew they was gods or immortal beings, but they expressed it their own way, but all the expressions was the same truth of our immortality, of the force within us. And that's the dragon force, the chi energy. See, the truth is you shouldn't be scared of Satan because Satan is the scariest thing in the universe. It's the embodiment of all fear. And when you learn about the energy that's in your body, you're going to see how you feel about Satan is how they feel about you. Yeah, the people in power that ain't got chi energy, they ain't got a kundalini force within them, or like my brothers say, they pineal gland is calcified, right? Them folks shit bricks. They hope they keep your DNA, junk DNA, that you don't activate your melanin, as they call it, your junk DNA. And it's just saying activate your God powers. You know what I'm saying? When they was the people, the barbarians that was fearing the serpent, they was fearing us, man. They was looking at the immortal energy within us saying, damn, man, we ain't got a soul. These people got souls. These people can live on. They can see parallel realities. They can dream and have deja vu and stuff. You see what I'm saying? They was putting you to death. That's witchcraft. How do you know what's going to happen before it happens? Stop. Put them to death. I don't want to hear anymore. They was like, how do they have these gifts? Our people had mastered the central nervous system. And we lost all that knowledge with the witch hunts. And you don't realize you was what's being hunted, silly, for your abilities. You were like a mutant. And because they can't control you psychologically, the Roman Empire was putting you to death so that they can create a small population to control. That's how we get world resets. And all of the humans that's living after the reset, they dumb them down with indoctrination. And we them become our forefathers. They raise us in the indoctrination. And that's how you harvest people and their souls and their energy. and disconnect them from their ancestral roots by cloaking it in fear-mongering, literal interpretation, and spookism and stuff. Y'all scared of the serpent, you scared of Satan, and you don't realize Satan represents the most powerful force in the universe, which is the light of creation, which is why Satan is a light bearer. Because look at the serpent right here in this image and think about why Satan is a light bearer. Let me show you something. Satan is holding up the light of the crown. The highest chakra is the crown chakra. This energy is equivalent to the Big Bang, y'all, and it's within us. But it don't exist in the what we call physical reality. That's why this is the only chakra that's outside of the body. Look at it up here, mount it up. You see this? Jesus said, I am the light. And it said, no man get to the Father lest he go through me. Jesus was personifying the gateway to heaven, which is the seat of the soul. And if you still think I don't know what I'm talking about, let me go back to this image right here, man. Hold on a minute. I know what I'm talking about. Look at here. You see Jesus lifted up in the middle of the dome? That's where the Pharaoh put the serpent at on his uraeus. Sanchez, what is a uraeus? I'll show you so I ain't got to tell you. Look at this. You see where the serpent at on the Pharaoh's headdress? It's in the middle of the forehead where they said a mark of the beast is at. Now they got y'all scared of the mark of the beast when in Hindu, they put a dot on their forehead right there to show you I'm an immortal being. The immortals mark themselves on the forehead like the Pharaoh with the symbol of the serpent to show everyone I'm an immortal. There was a spiritual hierarchy system, and it was about those who could transcend the physical realm and travel the astral plane. Those people were marked. And when they went on witch hunts, them people started removing the marks off their head. That'll be like if Christians invaded the Eastern world and we took over India and got rid of Hinduism, people putting dots on their forehead, right? And we take over their culture, and now them people don't even put dots on their forehead no more because they been taught that's the mark of the beast and that's Satanism, when it's their original spiritual system that symbolized their inner awakening. You see what they doing? Once they conquer you, they invert your truth and they cloak it in spookism and fear to keep you away from your ancestral teachings, man. So when they talk about the serpent being lifted up, it's talking about the consciousness leaving the body through the third eye. The third eye is a stargate, is an opening that allow our consciousness to leave the body and go and see other worlds. That's why it's an eye. It's an eye, right? Because it's able to see into other realities and parallel realities. So this eye, what we call the third eye, it's the all-seeing eye that's hovering above the pyramid, because that's what Jesus is doing when he ascends to heaven. Here go the thumbnail. Jesus in Enoch is the serpent being lifted up. But when the serpent took a humanized form, they just had dudes levitating off the ground. But it's simply talking about the sine wave inside of man returning back to the heavens. And what is that? The Kundalini energy, the chi force. Now look, the serpent within you is holding up the crown chakra. Do you see that? This serpent is literally holding up the crown above your head. And that's why the serpent is the light bearer. The serpent is the light bearer because at the top of the central nervous system is the crown chakra, or the light of creation. And why that light is mounted up there is because of the serpent. It's because of the serpent. So the light at the top of your Christmas tree, it don't go up there until you wrap all the lights around the tree. You start at the base of the tree, you wrap the lights. This is what you do when you do your Christmas tree. You start at the bottom and you climb the stairway to heaven. And you go and you make a pyramid. And when you get to the top of the pyramid, you put the all-seeing eye, the big light at the top to cap it off, because the Christmas tree and the light at the top is right here. It's the green Kundalini serpent with the crown chakra at the top. They turned this right here, y'all, into a green Christmas tree with a bright light at the top. But Satan, the serpent wrapped around the tree, is the light bearer. Now, what are you wrapping around the tree? Lights. Why is Satan the light bearer? Because the chakras, which make the central nervous system, are the 7 stargates to the 7 realities that Enoch was talking about. Each one of these portals that you see is a cymatic frequency, man, just like this right here. Now, they give y'all this. They say, look, these are other worlds, other galaxies far away. But you know what they hiding from y'all? Let me show you what they hiding from y'all right here. Watch this. This the lie that I'm showing you now. All them galaxies. Here go the truth. Every parallel Earth is the same Earth with a slightly different vibrational tone, and you get something like this right here. Here go the truth right here. See, I'm gonna give y'all the truth. They giving y'all the lies. Watch this. Here go what the universe made of. Every star in the sky is one of these. Every star in the sky. We can look at, do a telescope. Watch this. See if I get some quick images real quick without going. Look at here. Every star in the sky is one of these. Look at that. Guess what that is, y'all? Cymatic frequencies, like snowflake shapes. And guess what? Every last one of them is based on the same 360-degree math. What am I telling you? Each one of these is the earth realm, expressing itself slightly different. That's how you get parallel realities. So watch this, right? One of these simulations is the earth you in right now. But when you dream, you go to another one of these, right? It's the same earth, just like in a dream, it's the same earth. Your mama there, your daddy there, all of that, right? But it's an alternate situation, a different sequence of events, a different timeline. And so all of these different earths is the same earth expressing it'll be like a person saying, look, we making a song, right? And when we write this song, we gonna sing it in every note. So we gonna sing happy birthday in a A minor, a B minor, a F minor, a G minor, the same song, but we gonna sing it in a different pitch and tone. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy. You're gonna go different tones. So every parallel reality is the same song at a different pitch, tempo, and tone. That's how you get this concept right here. All of these is the same math. Every single cymatic frequency you seeing on this chart right now, the exact same mathematics is at the foundation of it. 360-degree sexagesimal math. But it's expressing itself in many ways. That's like saying, hey, 8 can express itself as 4 plus 4. 8 can express itself as 16 take away 8. 8 can express itself as 18 take away 10. You can get to 8 in an infinite amount of ways. You can write out and it'll mean 8. That's all it's saying right here. So that's how you think of the multiverse. It's what they call Eden, which is the base reality, the original Earth. It ain't a copy. And the multiverse is that Earth copied by infinity. Creating is basically playing out every probability that can play out. And because of that, it's creating a multiverse. So it's the same truth hidden by your own expression. So when they say Satan wanted to make his own heaven, his own kingdom, that's what each one of these cymatic frequencies represent. It represents the 360 expressing itself in a different way, which is a lie. Because the truth is, ain't no variety in this chart. It's just each one represent 360 degrees. See, what we call duality or variety is an illusion. It's the one code or the one creator expressing itself cymatically by changing frequency and tone slightly to create variation. And that's why everything that breathes can share parallels when it comes to studying things on an organic level and biological level. Everything will reduce back down to what they call an atom, because that's what they just saying is God. Energy. Expressing itself many ways, but the expression ain't the truth. It is no different than, because the truth is 360 degrees. How you interpret that truth ain't the truth, it's just your interpretation. And each one of these cymatic frequencies is just an individual interpretation of the 360. That's how the multiverse is created.
Liberating the soul from the lower realm. And here is just another image, shows you the sun and moon on each side of this double-headed serpent, but it shows you the serpent in the middle of the garden. It shows you why Jesus breaks the bread, because this serpent creates duality or night and day, yin and yang. And it also shows you why Jesus is always surrounded by disciples. So here we have this double-headed.
And why I'm playing this video, because the reason I made this video is because when I was breaking down my parallels with Jesus and the serpent, I wanted to go ahead and post them on my Facebook for a vertical video. But this was my material that I was researching for this series of streams that I'm doing here. And this is some of my syncretism here. Because what we see is when Jesus is surrounded by his disciples, it's no different than Vishnu being surrounded by his avatars. Let's pull that up. See, Jesus' disciples is just Jesus again. It's just different. Each disciple is a different version of Jesus in a parallel reality. The original story starts right here. Vishnu told the story before Christ, and this is how Vishnu told it. Instead of Vishnu having a bunch of separate dudes following him everywhere, his avatars was attached to his body, and they went everywhere he went. But it was showing you the other yous that exist in these parallel realities, right? Because you're more than just the you that's here. You're a multi-dimensional being. And for every action you taken in this world, that action is slightly variated in another parallel reality, which is why if you look at Vishnu hands, every layer, each one of Vishnu avatars holding a different item. Because it's saying, look, you may be holding a shovel right now, digging up dirt for your boss. But in another reality, you are the owner of a corporation that's breaking the ground with a shovel, opening up a new enterprise. You rich as hell. So what the ancestors was saying, like, Every action you take is mirrored across every parallel reality. So you may be scratching and yawning because you just woke up this morning right now. But in another world, you're reaching up to get some out of a cabinet, or you getting a book off of a shelf. Like, that same action is taking place in every universe, but it means something different. It's alternated. That's what this whole cymatic thing I was trying to show y'all here. So when Jesus is breaking the bread and he's creating the multiverse, Jesus is the split that's taking place at the center of the universe that's giving birth to all of these parallel realities. In other words, Jesus is the one that's turning the 360 into multiple versions of the 360, right? 361 take away 1. 180 plus 180. You can write 360 out in all of them ways, but nothing is more true than you just writing 360. So all of these alternative expressions of the truth becomes alternative realities. And this is what science is just now figuring out. But the ancestors been saying this. And this is why they say that the Mayans, they was predicting the future hundreds of years into the future. They was talking about the World Trade Center on their calendar. They was predicting events they shouldn't have known about, because there is something called deja vu. See, let me say something right now, and this gonna sound egotistical, but I don't care. You can't debate the shit that I'm saying. You know why? Science don't have an explanation for why the fuck we have deja vu. You shouldn't be saying what's gonna happen if it ain't happened yet, because according to what physics saying about the nature of time, tomorrow is a blank page that ain't written yet. But the Bible says it was written, and in the beginning was the word. So if you're a Christian going against what I'm saying, you're anti-biblical. The Bible said a future is written out, is all prophecy. So how can a Christian disagree with me about deja vu? But you see how silly these damn Christians are? I'm telling you, because they not Christians. They don't follow the Bible. They follow tradition. And tradition is the biggest enemy of truth. Let's play the video.
Serpent right here in this old artwork, and you can see all of these concepts that we see with Jesus and Satan. This picture here is a dead giveaway, because in this old piece of art right here, we can literally see Jesus attached to the tree. That's a dead giveaway that Jesus is the serpent that we see in Genesis on the tree. Jesus ain't a literal guy that walked the earth. It's an archetype that has evolved over time and morphed into many versions. And the version you got today is hiding the truth. So when you take a look at this artwork here and compare it to what we see in the Vatican, you can see what they telling us right in our face. They want to act like the Western world isn't a baby of the Eastern world. They want to act like the Western world didn't learn everything it knows from the Eastern world and corrupted that knowledge. So that's the hidden history behind liberty being Krishna, the serpent being demonized in the Western world, but yet worshiped in secret from the Eastern world and corrupted that knowledge.
Now check this out, right? The cross is the tree of life. That's what they ain't telling you. Now watch this, right? Hold on a second. Let me share some with y'all, right? The cross is the tree of life, and Mount Calvary is Mount Meru, which is Eden. Now, let me share some with you. Share some with you. Now, look at here. I'm going to pull this up for y'all. I came with my receipts. I'm going to pull up the receipts today. Watch this. Hold on. Let me grab my joint for you. We'll use this one right here. Look, here go the brain right here. This is the brain from a top-down view. You can see the four hemispheres, but I want them to label. I'm going to go, hold on. Here go what I'm saying. You see this? Now here go the four hemispheres of the brain. Let's pull them up. Because I want to find this top-down view. And this is what we're getting. This is good enough, I guess. Look at this. This the four hemispheres of the brain. This became the cross. When they said Jesus died on the cross, they talking about consciousness ascending out of the pineal gland, which is this opening in the middle. This opening in the middle. X marks the spot right there. If you look at the Mayan cosmos, it looks like the brain because as above, so below. You're in your own mind, like the earth is your sleeping body. Here it is right here. When you're in a dream, where are you? You're inside of your sleeping self. That's where you at in a dream. You see how the universe looked like a face to the ancestors? Look at this. Look at this. The ancestors said the earth is a body. The firmament, because look, you're asleep in a higher realm. Just like dreaming. And where are you in a dream? You're in your sleeping body, which is this earth realm right here. And so check this out. If you look at what the earth is, it's got four hemispheres. It's a circle, but it's separated with four hemispheres. And guess what? The four hemispheres on the ground represent four literal geographic locations on a circular map that's showing you four different regional directions in a circular earth. Northeast, southwest, southeast. You know what I'm saying? All the clock directions. What's crazy about all of how the earth split up in these four huge sections, the zodiac above us is separated into summer, spring, fall, and winter because there's a law of polarity at play when you cut the circle. Let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna read all the donations at the end. Show you what happened. What happened? See, polarity, balance. Watch this. Here's what the cross represents: cosmic balance. Here go the symbol of Jesus right here. You ever saw this on a church? If you ever saw this on a church, you ever saw a picture of Jesus with this symbol behind his head? Because here go Jesus, the one that creates duality within the cosmic wheel. And that give us the four seasons. Check it out. Check this out. Spring, right? But now watch what I'm about to do on this wheel now, because this is going to be very deep right here. Now check it out. Remember what I said about the law of duality. For everything I put on a wheel, I gotta put some across from it that's opposite of it. So if I put spring right here, guess what I gotta put right here? Fall, because it's a polarity law. So if I put summer right here, you get the point. Got to put winter here. It's polarity. It's balance. Now, guess what? This wheel is turning above us, giving us the 4 seasons. And within this wheel of 4 seasons, you can cut it into 12 smaller sections, which become the zodiac wheel. Because the 12 months each is named out the zodiac sign before the Roman Empire named it January for Janus, Augustus for August. They renamed the 12 months. But the 12 months used to be named after the 12 zodiac. Because each the way that the zodiac turned slow to give us a year with 360 days, because it's a perfect circle. And as it turned, you get summer, fall, spring, and winter going to every land. Because if you cut the firmament dome in a pie with 4 slices, one part of the firmament dome is always summer. One part of the firmament dome is winter right now. Somewhere in the world is spring. Somewhere in the world is fall right now. For everywhere in the world, for is somewhere in the world where is summer at. And the place where is winter at, if you look at the coordinate points on the map, is directly in opposition to that place on the map, because this divine balance. You can't have this on a globe model. Wherever is spring at on the flat earth circle, there's a place directly in opposition to that, and we can do this. These are real geographic coordinate points. Because if this is, let's say, you know, a certain point on the circle, coordinate wise, where is spring at, all of those coordinate points on the circle that's having spring right now, the people that's having fall represent the opposite coordinate points that's in direct perfect opposition to that, and the same for winter and summer. That's perfection. And as it turns, everyone equally get a taste of each one every year. Every year, everybody get to all of the 4 seasons. You don't go to it, they go to you. Because the atmosphere is like different oceans that don't mix. Certain oceans got their different pressures and temperatures. So it's like summer is its own atmosphere that's cutting. Like our atmosphere ain't just one static solid thing. It's more like 4 big ass oceans that won't mix with each other. And this the summer ocean, this the spring ocean, like 4, and this one cold. This like this winter ocean would be like going to a Alaska ocean. Because if you go to Alaska, they got oceans too, but the water more colder. So the animals look different, shit grow different, you know, it's different. But that's what I'm telling you, the sky is like the oceans. Certain oceans colder than other ones, warmer than other ones. And it's 4 huge oceans making the atmosphere. And the nature of them is what we call the spring, winter, fall, and summer. But because Vishnu is stirring up the ocean, or the Milky Sea, which is what Jesus doing, stirring up, turning the celestial wheel, then it's making sure everyone get the 4 seasons equally. Breaking the bread evenly like Ma'at. Because Jesus is like Ma'at. And when Jesus break the bread evenly and hold out both slices like this, that's Ma'at, not tilting the scales. Balance. So when you think about the 4 seasons and the celestial wheel, and you compare that to the 4 hemispheres of the brain, each hemisphere of the brain has a template that's equivalent to summer, spring, fall, and winter, meaning that there's 4 hemispheres of our brain, and the nature of those 4 hemispheres is just like summer, spring, fall, and winter. Like you got one of these hemispheres that's like fall energy. It's concerned with like dying, death, shit like that. And just like this, you know, when the nature of all the four seasons is within our hemispheres of the brain. And in my opinion, as you experience the four seasons, it's activating a different hemisphere of the brain, because we have four sections of our brain and the atmosphere is cut into four sections so that each section of our brain can get fed its own frequency that's designed for it. That's why you need to experience winter, spring, summer, fall. You need to have all four seasons. And I believe the earlier Earth, everywhere on Earth had all four seasons equally, because they changed the atmosphere, the weather, and all that. We don't see this perfect balance. But if everything heal and get right, it'll be more easy to see this balance. But the seasons is kind of off now because of what they doing with the terraforming of the Earth. But all this is why they got rid of Enoch, man, because they wanted to give us a whole new reality. Because what Enoch is explaining is that your body is just a denser form of your soul. Ain't no such thing as like the physical realm and spiritual realm. What we call the physical realm is just another spirit realm that's more dense. It's a realm beneath this realm where it feel like you more lazier, more tired. You gotta eat more to accomplish more. It feel like your body weight, or what they call gravity, the weight of the world on your shoulders. You gotta sleep more. Energy is scarce. People sleep more. You know, and it's like when we get to the highest heaven, you never run out of energy. How do you run out of energy when you made of infinite energy? Because being tired and exhausted is a result of the matrix and the simulation. It's your energy flowing through the body. It ain't that you run out of energy. It's that the body can't process infinite energy forever. That's like saying you can't leave your computer on forever because it'll heat up and get hot and burn the house down out about 10 years or probably way before that. I'm tripping. But you get my point. You got to turn it off. Stuff have to cool off, reset, and all that. So the body got to do the same thing because it's hardware, but the spirit don't. The program in your computer don't get tired, but the hardware has to be shut down and all that, right? But the program don't get the heart, and that's what the body is to the soul. And this is what Enoch was telling us, like, the body ain't separate from the soul. It's more like the hardware, and the soul is the software. The software gonna be there even if the hardware shut off. And that's what I'm saying. This program called life is being ran in many different versions of itself, like the Windows program. And this version of Windows can't do what the best versions can. So the older Windows is more lag. You got to put more work in and you get less effort out. That's like your soul being in one of these low simulations that Dante described in the Inferno. Those are like early versions of the simulation where we didn't quite get it right. It's like you using Windows 92 in 2026. You gonna be behind, man. So you would need you would need to upgrade, and that's like your soul saying, look, let me leave this body right here because it's running a Windows 93 version of me. But there are higher versions of me, like that's is functioning better because we've perfected this in higher realms. And each one of us is like our own system that has to update itself, and can't nobody do it for you. Because what this process of updating your system is what we call Kundalini awakening. But you can see here in this image, Jesus on the cross is just the serpent on the tree, evolved, and is nothing to be afraid of. We see the same concept with Buddha. And this is the version you get at the cat. Let me show you this. Everybody's scared of this. Let's put it up, man. Because everybody's scared of this thing. And it ain't nothing to be scared of. It's occult knowledge. See, what this is showing you is Jesus is the serpent that we read about in the garden. The Vatican fool y'all. And it said in the end of days, wise men are gonna wake up and dream dreams. Young men gonna see visions. It said that it's gonna be revealed how Satan have deceived the whole world. And how did he do it? With literal interpretation. That's why people look at this right now and get scared. They want you to get scared. They're mind fucking you. Because guess what they hide in front of your face? Buddha in the tree. They hide this. They hide Neo in his matrix pod. They hide in the simulation. Because all of these symbols in the old world, in the Eastern world, they want to curse those symbols. And they know we don't like them. They know anything associated with them, we ain't gonna fuck with it. So guess what they do? They put this up in front of y'all. And guess what? Y'all are so damn predictable. Guess what ooh, it's the devil. Stay away from that. You been programmed to fear your own chi energy, dummy. They cursing the Moses staff. They cursing the Kundalini within us because they ain't got it. All of the symbols that we once had, they using them. When they scared of them for real. These folks bluffing and they playing with y'all. They acting like they like that serpent when they hate it, y'all. They hate that damn serpent. And they want you to hate it. And they doing it by because you hate them, then they act like they like the serpent. And guess what you do? Now you hate the serpent because you hate them. They know what they doing. They don't like, bro, the people that made Satan a serpent that's evil, it's because Satan, the serpent, represented the sine wave of energy within us. That's why Christ said a kingdom of heaven within. All of the symbols that's linking to the serpent in the middle of the tree, they got to put the fear behind them. And how do you psychologically make folks fear fucking fanatics? Stuff like this. Why did they take this picture and put it out? So all of y'all can say, see, they practicing Satanism, and I got the real Christ, which is the white man with the blue eyes, when that's the damn devil. And the thing that they got you scared of is actually the real deal. When they get you scared of the dragon and the serpent, they get you scared of your own Kundalini energy. But ain't nobody else scared of that. I'm going to keep showing you this in Asia. Ain't nobody scared of the serpent but dumbass Americans and Westerners. We got a fear of snakes and dragons, and that's the devil, the dragon. Bro, you like Bruce Lee, right? But he the dragon too, but you love that dragon, right? Yeah, they love the dragon in Asia, man. The serpents. But you come over here, ooh, that's evil. Because you've been programmed, dummy. Everywhere in the world, people know that the serpent means the eternal energy inside of man. But because we under the papacy, they've demonized and cursed that serpent. And now people over here, anything that's anywhere near the light bearer, Lucifer, the serpent. And I love it because people say, ooh, stay away from Sanchez. He practiced Satanism. I be like, yeah, man, I'm a Satanist. You don't want to fuck with me. Keep your dumb ass over there. I love my loneliness and my peace. The stupid folks over there, goddammit. Yeah, I'm the boogeyman. I'm a Satanist. Yeah, don't come around me with your dumb ass. Let's go back to the video.
So that's the hidden history behind liberty being Krishna, the serpent being demonized in the Western world, but yet worshipped in secrecy by the Vatican and the occult members, because it represents the knowledge of us. It will take away all the fears that they use against the world about burning in hell fires and what happened when you die. A person that want to know what happened when you die is vulnerable. And the papacy is taking advantage of that vulnerability, creating an institution of mental spiritual slavery by lying to people to create a system of fear. And the opposite of fear is love. If we didn't have all of this fear, we would replace it with knowledge, spiritual maturity, and love for ourselves versus fear of God. If you still don't think that Jesus being the light bearer and Lucifer being the light bearer is proof that they are the same deity, check this out. Here go an image of Lucifer. This predates Jesus. But if you look at this image of Jesus right here, you see the similarities. Jesus got his arms open with a portal opening up to accept his ghost, and Jesus is on top of Mount Calvary, some sort of mountain. Now, this image I'm showing you here of Lucifer predates Jesus. They both are called the light bearers. This is more proof that Satan is the original form of Jesus, the serpent that Moses lifted up to teach about resurrection. And the reason that the papacy got rid of that old system is because it interprets the symbol to Kundalini, which shifts the narrative to us. And that's dangerous to the church, because the church want the narrative to be focused on this false Christ that y'all are worshiping. It was never an object of worship. We were never worshiping images or graven images. The images were just symbols that embodied deeper knowledge about ourselves. And the image.
Now, guess what this serpent on the pole is too? It's the barber pole. So if you ever seen the barber pole with the, it's one of, believe it or not, let me show you an old symbol. This symbol here is older than the cross. Older than, your modern Jesus on the cross. Watch this. Because again, what is this? This is the serpent on the tree. The double serpents on the tree, one for positive, one for negative, red and blue. One going down, one going up, if you know the mystery of the barber pole. So in a lot of cultures, you will see this double-headed serpent. Watch this. And in that symbol, one head going up, one going down, or left, right, that's like yin-yang. Right, like this 6-9, right? But that right there is no different than this is the barber pole. This the barber pole. One going 6-9, one going up, one going down. If you ever look at a barber pole, it gives the illusion of that. But check this out, right? The serpent on the pole, believe it or not, though, what I was trying to tell y'all, like this symbol of the barber pole is older than Jesus on the cross. And I know folks don't like that, but it's like a stripped down primitive version of the totem pole. The totem pole, like the Mesoamerican totem pole. But this here is like your medical caduceus. Like, don't sleep on this, because this is the same knowledge of the central nervous system, or that serpent wrapped around the pole. Right? And you can see he's even red and blue. And to me, that's just showing duality, with the red and blue, like I was saying.
Images were just symbols that embodied deeper knowledge about ourselves. And the people who don't want you to have that knowledge, rather you just worship the symbol, which is vain, vanity. The symbols don't speak. The Bible even forbid it. Most people ain't following the Bible, they following the papacy. So we see this image of Satan on top of a mountain with his arms open, and there's a portal open in the sky to allow Satan to transcend from the earthly realm to the spiritual realm above. So these were archetypes that was teaching the knowledge of how the earth is connected with heaven and how consciousness shift between the two. Here goes some other versions of here that I put in a collage for you. The God Inky and a couple of others. You can pause it and look at this. But what I really want to point out about this collage is that the image next to Yahweh in the top left corner is basically the brain cut open. And we looking into it from the top down view. And what we can see is this same concept, because what they call the seat of the soul, the center of the brain, it looks like a man dressed in all black like the devil, the Ripper, who's another form of Satan. But this guy in the middle of the brain has his arms open, just like Christ, just like Satan. And just like Christ and Lucifer, there's a portal open. So all of this was just personifying the central nervous system, deep knowledge about the brain and consciousness. That's why all of these deities is resembling the biology that governs our consciousness. So the reason that they're on top of this mountain is because
Right, I'm going to take this part back, but I wanted to kind of drop some jewels on you while we go over this little old syncretism for you. People, if you appreciate what I'm doing, I don't ask y'all a lot throughout the show. Like, I be going live for like 5-6 hours, and I barely even say hit the like button. But what I am going to say right now is go ahead, if y'all guys can, support the show. Shout out to the people that hit the super chat and the Cash App. And, you know, help us keep on doing this for y'all long and strong. Support the content, and we appreciate y'all in advance. I'm finna break some down that y'all going to appreciate. I set a goal. We need 10 people to donate $10, so that's $100 quota that we trying to reach. If you don't donate, it's still fine. It's just a goal, and we ain't pressing no one on reaching the goal. We don't care if we reach it or not. It's just there, okay? So if you do, you do. You don't, you don't. We appreciate you. Shout out to Miss Honeybee for being a new member, and shout out to Joshua Tellerton for your continued support. Josh, I appreciate you as always, man. And appreciate you, Raleigh Studios as well. And shout out to, once again, to all of my Patreons as well. Shout out to Good Intentions Healing for becoming a member as well. I just want to say salutes, appreciate all of y'all. Check this out. Focus your attention on the board right here just real quick, if y'all will. And I'm going to do some etymology. The name Inky, see, if you look at the screen, shout out to Black Magic. Gang, what's good? Appreciate the love, Black Magic. Look at what I'm showing you on the right. It says Inky, right? But I want to show you about the name Inky because certain stuff will just go over your head, and I don't like none going over your head but a halo. Now watch this, right? Inky. Oh, this here, this don't work no more. Yeah, we gonna get some more markers too, because these are dry. Inky, right? Check that out. The name Inky is the name Enoch, which is Enoch. You see that? E-N-K-I is E-N-I-K, which is Enoch. Inky is the god Enoch. So if you look at Inky right here, what is he doing? He's leaving the earth. And what is Enoch doing? Leaving the earth. Shout out to Miss Honeybee. And what I'm showing y'all is the power of syncretism. There are no different gods. There are just different archetypes of one truth. So the god Inky is the god Enoch. And if you look at a picture of Inky, you can see he looked just like Enoch. They both busted. Let me just show you this, because I hate to just say it. You know, you got to pull up the pictures with it too. Let me go and do that real quick. I know y'all feel me, but I'm gonna be extra. You know that. So here go Enoch right here, leaving the earth out of a portal. Look at what Inky doing. Look at what Inky doing right here. Inky is Enoch. I'm the one talk. Look, it's people been doing this stuff for years. They ain't near this level of syncretism where I'm at. I'm not being egotistical. But watch this. I ain't even through yet though. Inky, Enoch, and guess what else? Here go the part gonna really mess you up. Here goes something else you didn't even think when you hear Inky, Enoch. It's another one. Nike. Nike. Guess what? Nike is the Greek goddess of victory. And if you pull up Nike, she looked just like Enoch. We about to do it now. And that's why Nike represent victory, because Inky represent resurrection and Enoch represent liberation of the soul. Everybody represent resurrection, liberation, waking up. Shout out to Adam H, 1995. Thank you, Adam, for being one of 10 of our goal. Maybe we can get 9 more people. We got like 900 or 1,000 people in here. Maybe we can get 9 more to help us reach our goal. And if y'all don't, guess what? Y'all still are awesome. You still are gods. And we ain't lost nothing. So don't feel pressured at all. Flat mother and power. Now check this out. Inky, Enoch, Nike. And I'm about to pull up Nike. That's what we got to do. Pull up the image of Nike now. And that's a goddess, not a god. So let's pull up goddess Nike. Now look at what the goddess Nike doing. Now you see what Enoch doing? Look at what Nike doing. Now you pull up the goddess Nike and she looked just like Enoch. She looked like the Statue of Liberty, don't it? Now look. Why everybody look the same? Sanchez ain't make these images. I'm just a syncretist. I'm just showing you the parallels. That's my job. And if you appreciate it, support the mission. Because through syncretism, we're going to unite ideologies worldwide.
That's right.
It's something they can't stop. They can suppress it. We're at the forefront of it right now, though. You're making history with me. You're witnessing the paradigm shift that they thought would never happen. They thought our avatars would never break the script. But now they like, damn it, our fucking robots are malfunctioning. They pointing at the stars and shit. They eating vegetables. They talking about meditating. We didn't program them to do that shit. Watch this, right? Look at Enoch right here. And look at Nike. You see, that's the goddess Nike. Look at there. Nike is Enoch. And it's Inky. You see? And it's the Statue of Liberty. It's the Statue of Liberty because the Statue of Liberty, believe it or not, is Enoch, which is a genie. So Enoch leaving the earth was the concept of the genie leaving the lamp. When we look at the Statue of Liberty today, we don't even know what we're looking at. We don't even know that when we look at the Statue of Liberty, we are literally looking at Enoch, a statue that would have represented, just like when you go somewhere today, you may see a statue of Christ. reaching up to heaven, to the light, reaching for the light. And I'm just giving an example. You may see, I'm sure there's statues of Christ on the earth. That'll be like hundreds of years from now, somebody looking at a Jesus Christ statue saying, oh, that's the statue of liberation. And it just represents liberation. But the word liberation is literally the word resurrection. To our ancestors, resurrection was liberation. When we're looking at the Statue of Liberty, just like when we're looking at the goddess Nike and Enoch and Enki, is representing the liberation of the soul, not just liberation. And you ask a person, okay, it means liberty. Liberty for what? I don't know, it just mean liberty. Like a dumbass. The statue represented the liberation of your soul. And guess what? If a man's soul is free, his body is free. If your body in bondage, your soul in bondage. How is that, Sanchez? As above, so below. As within, so without. They enslaved our bodies before they enslaved our minds. Because it's easy to enslave your mind if I'm rationing out your food portions, ain't it? So we gotta quit acting like one ain't connected to the other. They use your physical weaknesses of your body to gain access to your mind. Stop me when I lie, man. But like I said, the Statue of Liberty meant the liberation of the soul before they watered it down. And the Statue of Liberty ain't no different than what Enki and Enoch is. That's why it's on top of that box, because it's popping up out the simulation, out the cube of Saturn. Just like Enki doing. This was the first concept of like Jack popping out the box. That's the Mecha cube. Jack leaving the box, Jack in the box is the same concept of Jacob ladder. Shout out to Brandon Prather. Appreciate you, Brandon, for being 2 of 10. I only ask for $10 per person, but I appreciate you and Adam for doubling it up, man. I appreciate y'all.
That governs our consciousness. So the reason that they're on top of this mountain is because the head is the temple, the dome, the crown. When consciousness leaves the head, they symbolize that with a man mounted up on top of a dome. And that's why we say, I'm sitting on top of the world. To leave the world is to leave your body, and vice versa. And what I'm giving you here, you can see here, this is the whole concept behind Jack in the Box. And you can see here another collage here from Egypt showing you Heru next to Christ. All of these predates Christ. He's the youngest one. And what's so crazy about it, it's the one that shifts the narrative away from us.
And that's what I was telling y'all. You see Jack coming out the box. Jack coming out the box come from the Olmecs. There is, let me tell you how I know that. See, before I say stuff, I always think it through. The concept of resurrection didn't come from the Olmecs. But the concept of a guy popping out of a box, I can't say that came from the Olmecs. What I'm saying is, what we know is Jack in the Box, that was the earliest telling of Jacob's ladder. And you can see this Olmec dude on a ladder. He climbed to the top of the ladder. Shout out to Leonard Robinson for being 3 of 10. We gonna reach our goal, man. I appreciate you, Leonard. I hate to see the same people donating because it's a lot of people watching. I don't want to burden y'all, but I appreciate everything y'all do. If you can see this Olmec statue here, when the Roman Empire came in, they saw this Olmec statues like that and turned it into stories like Jacob's Ladder, Jack in the Box. But I'm showing you now. And if you look at the jack in the box, you can see, look at what the jack in the box doing on the box. Blow it up. Look at that. You see there? Look at the jack in the box character. It's got the red pill and blue pill breaking the bread like Jesus creating duality. Look at Jack in the box. Red and blue pill duality. Just like the serpent, the red and blue barber pole. Just like Morpheus in the Matrix, which is another form of ripper, the one that's ripping the universe in half, creating duality. Because today when you think of the ripper, you think of this black dude in a sheet with a hook. But really, the symbol that you got of Nike is the Reaper hook, the number 7 completion. And the reason the Reaper wear all black, because in the middle of the earth, there's a black hole that's creating duality. And this is where the seat of the soul is seated at, in that black chamber. The black hole ain't empty. It's something seated in that, and that's the soul, which is a ball of light. The black hole is like the throne of God. And the light occupying the black hole is like God seated at the throne. That's the pineal gland, the seat of the soul. But when the soul leave a darkness or leave a body or the black hole, it leaves the cube of Saturn or the universe. It X's out the veil of darkness, which is represented by these images on the screen. And the reason I'm bringing up these images is because there were other translations of this concept which became the genie leaving a lamp. And the reason I brought up the genie is so we can be thorough with our syncretism here and tie in the genie to Inky. The K is pronounced chi. When you this word right here is pronounced like this. We pronounce it chi with a CHI, but it's really spelt KI. But it's said chi. So that's why I'm telling you, when you say genie, it's like you taking the word Inky, Enoch, Nike and doing it like this right here. Another variation. So this version later became genie, Kini. Because you got Inky, right? You got Enoch, which is Enoch. Enoch is a genie leaving the lamp. Krishna, Statue of Liberty, the blue genie, the blue Asa. They painted blue for a reason, like the Mama Kali. Greek god is Nike. Same words, you just rearrange them. But you rearrange them a fourth time, you get Kini, which is literally like saying Nagini. Because the genie was never pronounced ch. When you pronounce it that way, it becomes chini, which is the word genie with a J. And you get what I'm saying? When you say genie, you are saying the CHI version. But CHI can be kini too, because ka can be pronounced ka. CH can be ka or ch. So instead of saying Kini with the K, you can say Chini, and the Chini becomes genie, but the Kini is still a derivation of Guinea, right? When we say Nagini, some cultures that don't pronounce the G in the back of the mouth like we do, g, it becomes k. So Nagini becomes hard, like when you get to the Nordic cultures, that G becomes more of a K. So Nagini becomes Nakini, Kini. And you see how the C and the H, which is that K sound, is interchangeable with the G and all that with genie, and how it relates to Enoch, which that C and the H that you got in Enoch is related to the chi energy. Just like the K and the I in Inky is related to the chi energy.
It's the youngest one. And what's so crazy about it, it's the one that shifts the narrative away from us. Here's another image of the god Sokar resurrecting, leaving the earth simulation. Here's another collage. You get the point, right? We can do this all day, but it shows you different deities resurrecting on top of some mountain, some dome. And this simply meant liberation. We can see here with Christ, he's just a modern version of this same concept. And we can't forget about Yahweh right here, as you can see hovering in the clouds. The clouds is our brain. This is why the ancestors said, as above, so below. They knew that the layout of the cosmos was the exact same layout as the human biology. That's why they spoke about the waters above, because they knew that the brain was like 80% water. The same way that they conceived the earth, you can literally look at the human brain and they are identical. And that's why we say, as above, so below. Let thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. God in heaven represents consciousness residing in the crown, at the seat of the soul. You can't see the mind, but it's showing you that the mind is connecting to this realm via a higher reality. So if you look at this image right here of Enoch, you can see Enoch ascending. He's ascending up out of the earth realm, and Enoch is representing consciousness, leaving up out the sky vault that we see here. When we cut the brain open, we can see that this little portal in the middle of the brain represent the place where consciousness leaves the earth. For example, when we dream, when we have out-of-body experiences or astral project. But if you look at Enoch here, this is why the papacy removed the Book of Enoch from the Bible, because the Book of Enoch clearly talks about the flat earth, the nature of the heavens, how it connects with our consciousness, central nervous system. They had to get rid of that and replace it with the space program and give you a whole nother concept about leaving the earth and rockets with astronauts. But the Bible says no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom of heaven. And what they was talking about is what we're calling space today, because the ancient people knew that the realms above us weren't physical, and that the way that you access the heavens is through out-of-body experiences. And that's what all of these archetypes and symbols represent, consciousness shifting between the heaven and the earth. And if you look at this image of Enoch right here and compare it to the Statue of Liberty, you can see how all this was just an old world system of liberation, aka resurrection. They're one and the same. In this image of Yahweh, I wanted to point out how all of the rays of light appear to pierce him in his sides. This is the same concept that we see with the modern Jesus Christ. The all-seeing eye is another archetype representing when the consciousness ascends from the earth realm. This pyramid represents physicality. The spiritual realm is above the physical realm, or mind over matter. God ruling over the earth, the mind ruling over the body. But if you look at this all-seeing reality, the spiritual realm, to point out how all of the rays of light appear to pierce him in his sides. This is the same concept that we see with the modern Jesus Christ. The all-seeing eye is another archetype representing when the consciousness ascends from the earth realm. This pyramid represents physicality. The spiritual realm is above the physical realm, or mind over matter. God ruling over the earth, the mind ruling over the body. But if you look at this all-seeing eye with all of the rays emanating from it, these rays of light emanating from these deities is why we say Christ is pierced in all of his sides, because Christ is just a modern interpretation of these archetypes. And here we can see with the Pharaoh Aten the same thing. Hands open, portal open above him, the rays of light all being directed toward the Pharaoh like a puppet on a string, showing you how the mind hovers right above the physical reality, and all of our thoughts, they don't come from our physical brain. Our thoughts don't originate in the brain. Our brain just processes the thoughts, and they are just signals that are being broadcasted from a higher realm according to the ancestors. And here you can see with the Pharaoh here, the serpent inside of that portal, showing you the serpent symbolism. But all of the rays of the light connecting to the Pharaoh It's the concept of Jesus being pierced in his sides. If you think of a puppet attached to strings, this is why Jesus is pierced in his sides. And this is why Jesus can't do his own will. Jesus have to do the will of the Father. This is like a puppet master puppet situation, but it's showing you how every action that takes place in the physical realm plays out in the mental or spiritual realm first. When they say power comes from the top down, it's the same concept with how things manifest in the mental realm before the physical realm. So the concept of the serpent wrapped around the tree, or the Kundalini, again, it wasn't exclusive to Moses, just like the Bible say he learned it from the Egyptians. And here is an Egyptian version that predates Moses. The symbol of Moses, the serpent wrapped around the cross, I wanted to show you its original roots right here in America, because when Columbus came to America, Columbus wasn't a Christian. The pilgrims, the people that invaded America, they weren't Christians. They lied in history. They were Roman pagans, polytheistic. So when the pilgrims landed here, they were taught Christianity by the Indians. Indians were the real Christians, but it wasn't called Christianity. It was called Gnosticism. And before Jesus Christ was on the cross replacing the serpent, what we need to know is that when these pilgrims plagiarized this spiritual system and corrupted it, the earliest versions that they created themselves weren't yet of Jesus Christ on the cross. We see with Moses, it was the serpent on the cross first. But I wanted to show you where they get that from, because I showed you the history of this symbol in Egypt. But what I wanted to show you here was just that this was universal knowledge. It wasn't exclusive to Moses, the Egyptians. So another culture that I wanted to show you who had this knowledge was the Indians, the natives, the indigenous Americans. When we look at the pyramid called Kukulkan here, it's a step pyramid because it represents the spinal column, the central nervous system. It's 7 steps because it's 7 steps to heaven, and it's 7 chakras. It's 7 life cycles that we must complete. And this is the concept of the consciousness rising up the stairway to heaven, or the Kundalini rising. This pyramid tells the same story of resurrection. People say, where is the early Christian roots in America, Sanchez, if the pilgrims that came here didn't bring the concept of the serpent wrapped around the cross with them?
Shout out to Trav Blank 85. Much thanks to you, Trav, for helping us, move closer to our goal. Even though the goal is ending in 3 minutes, you guys can still help us reach it. And thanks, Trav, for being 4 of 10. I'm showing the concept of the serpent on the cross before Moses. I'm showing you when they said Moses learned it from the Egyptians. A lot of people act like the Egyptians, the only ones knew about the serpent on the cross, which later became Jesus on the cross. But I'm showing you that same story in early America with the Mayans and the Olmecs right here with Quetzalcoatl.
Where did they learn it from if you saying that they learned it from the natives that were here? And I'm showing you here, if you look at this pyramid from a top-down view, it is literally a cross. And the story that they told about this pyramid is that there's a serpent wrapped around it, as you can see in all of the artwork that I'm showing you here. So when the pilgrims showed up to America, they didn't know anything about consciousness. They were barbarians, invaders, buccaneers, and raiders. They were Vikings. They hadn't yet evolved to the level of psychological sciences that the Egyptians, the natives, and the rest of the world had evolved to. When they came here, we was teaching about psychology, how the consciousness leave the body, the psyche, the central nervous system, deep.
Yeah, and shout out to the whole chat, man. Shout out to the whole chat room. Shout out to you, Sogio Metric, as well. And to Chris Cyphers, to the moderators out there, Jewels, to the new members, Ripple Man, to everybody in the chat, man. Global Sense, even the people that disagree. We appreciate y'all too. As long as it's respectful disagreement, that's fun too. Hey, and shout out to our brother Awakening Minds, man. He said, great stream, fam. We appreciate your time and wisdom. Much love to you, Awakening Minds. Appreciate your time, your wisdom, and your contribution to tonight's broadcast, bro. Appreciate all of y'all. Awakening Minds, you know we got some collaborations coming for the people too, so y'all be on the lookout for it. And also I got a debate coming up with Unc. I don't like this title, but either way I'm gonna give them that work. If y'all want to come see a slaughter, come check it out. If you want to get you a ticket to this debate, you can check the video description area. See here. Yeah, you can check the video description area and you'll scroll down and see where you get your debate ticket at. Just go through the video description. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, I got it on there. Yeah, if y'all want to check this one out, look. Y'all want to check this one out right here. February 28th. Now, it's going to be more than just Are We Monkeys, of course. But yeah, y'all check that one out, man. Let me finish the video for y'all.
Stuff like that, how we lucid dream, life after death, stuff we're just starting to deal with in science today. Because the culture we in is a barbaric culture. It's a science based upon barbarianism.
Hey, shout out to my brother Key Norfolk in the building. Appreciate the love as always, bro. I appreciate that, Key, and shout out to you too, Hammers Facts, to Platinum Owl. Just seeing who 901 Diaz, Prodigal 4210. Shout out to everybody in the chat room.
They have no clue. They do, but they can't allow the masses to know because the institution of the church is the Roman Empire. It can't be in power if people ain't dumbed down. Knowledge is power. And this is how you take knowledge from the people, because you control people's action when they're asking you what happens when we die. If you lie to them, you can basically enslave that person. You can say, look, what happens when you die is X, Y, Z if you don't do this. And whatever you tell them to do to save them for whatever fear you put in them of what's going to happen when they die, you created a slave. You can make them do whatever you want them to do. And this is how the church was born. But when the Pilgrims came to America, they saw the concept of the serpent on the cross already here. So when they said that Columbus thought he was in India, this guy that they call Moses with the serpent staff, it's just representing their first dealing with this knowledge. But they had to evolve this native knowledge, this serpent knowledge, to a way that was suitable for barbarian culture, because barbarian cultures practice capitalism. So that's how you get the modern version of Jesus Christ, is basically a watered down version of an old world spiritual system, watered down to still allow for us to be barbarians, because barbarians taught that you can do evil. You can be evil to people as long as you clench your evil with a blood sacrifice. And the more evil you did, the bigger the sacrifice had to be. So this is why they had to come with Jesus as the ultimate blood sacrifice for everybody evil. But our ancestors didn't get into blood sacrifice. That was paganism. I'm trying to show you that you're not practicing the true Christianity. You practicing the barbarian form, which still allow for people to be evil, because it tells them, hey, it don't matter how bad you were. We had a blood sacrifice and your sins can be forgiven. Versus the old world version was saying that everything you doing wrong is coming from your own mental paradigm, and everything starts in the mind. Self-mastery starts in the mind. Everything you doing wrong, you will pay for it yourself. The law of karma. That's the law of reciprocity as well. What goes around comes around. So we have a lot of conflicting teachings, but I just wanted to show you these images here so you can see the serpent wrapped around the cross right here in early America before the pilgrims showed up. So when they said that Moses learned from the Egyptians, wherever Moses would have went in the world, he would have saw the same system being practiced, just like Columbus when he went to India, then came to America. These were new barbaric cultures just discovering a civilized, advanced world that they weren't a part of. And no matter where they would have went, for the most part, they would have been introduced to this same system through a different culture, interpreting it their own way. The Bible even records this point of history. The pre-Babel earth was an interconnected world where all of these cultures had the same knowledge, same language and everything. Historians don't like to talk about that because all the data proved that was a real point in history, and no one knows how the whole world was connected before technology. So they know that everyone was connected, they just don't know how. So it's one of the biggest mysteries in history. But here go the simple answer. There was technology. See how simple that is? The simple answer is the whole world was connected because there was technology. And they can hide technology in the past by saying, well, we don't know how the pyramids were built. We don't know how everyone was connected. We don't know. And you don't know because you took away technology from the past. You told us they were primitive, but once we introduced the technology, this stuff ain't miraculous. How the pyramids was built ain't a big miracle and mystery. Aliens didn't do it. You don't have all of these mysteries in history when you introduce technology into the past. People had to have something to cut them stones. They wasn't rubbing rock against rock. That ain't hammer and chisel work. They've lied to us about the past, and because they've lied, there's so many mysteries in history.
Salutes to everybody. Thanks for watching. We right at the 5-hour mark, and I'm gonna shut it off right there. Appreciate everybody who supported the show. If you sent it in a Cash App, I'm actually gonna check it out right now. I said to myself that I was gonna start back reading Cash Apps, but I wanted to have a way for people to donate that's anonymous, because Super Chat, it just pops up anyway. But yeah, if you guys want to support the show via Cash App, it's $ Bro Sanchez TV. Appreciate y'all for showing up. And we'll open up the panel on the next one because we out of time on this one. Shout out to A1 Plug Alex. Bro Sanchez, what are your thoughts on Paul? It's a Pauline church. Love to hear your take on it. A1, I'm gonna keep the show going, man. Every donation that come in at this point, it'll just extend the show. If it has a if you want to ask a question, y'all want me to stick around for questions. But what Paul represent, right? Paul admits throughout the Bible that he's telling his own gospel. That's what Paul admits. And you may say, well, ain't all of the gospels the same? No. Paul is the one that's really laying the foundation for the papacy. Okay, so Paul is coming a lot with the faith over works, because let me see, I can even go, matter of fact, we can use Chat GPT for this, for you, my brother. This would be a good way to quickly gather what I need. So show you what I mean. My head hurt a tad. Jesus said he didn't come to abolish the law. I told y'all that earlier. Jesus was saying, I didn't come to get rid of the law. I didn't come to destroy the law. I came to fulfill it. Jesus fulfilling the law was just them giving us a heroic archetype to conquer our lower desires. That's why when we read the story of Jesus, Jesus didn't sin or give in to his earthly desires. And it ain't that you can't have fun or have a woman or do all of that stuff. Jesus was just the ultimate example of purity and control over the flesh. Because at the time, people were saying, man, this is too hard. You telling us that the way out this simulation is to control our body? Man, that's too hard, man. I get hungry, so I'm gonna glut like if I like some, or I'm gonna have a lot of sex, you know. And what Jesus was, what the original system, what the law was balance. You couldn't overindulge in nothing. That shows spiritual discipline. That kind of discipline is said to what allow us to become more multidimensional, more lucid, more we can astral travel. To unlock a lot of these spiritual gifts, the key is detachment, which is what Jesus represented. So how did Paul contradict Jesus? Jesus said, I didn't come to abolish the law. Jesus said he did not come to abolish the law, and that not one jot or tittle would pass away. But Paul said, you are not under the law, you're under grace. See, Paul brought in this new concept of faith over works, when the Bible told you faith without works is dead. Mostly everything Christians believe today come from Paul. And guess what Paul is? Fall. The fall of man. Paul is giving you the doctrine that is the papal version. Paul basically giving you the human sacrifice, which is barbaric. Paul saying, listen, we had a human sacrifice. We killed dude on the cross. We tortured him. So now, man, we can do what we want to do. In fact, it don't even matter if you do wrong, because it ain't really your works. But Paul didn't say it that way. But you basically saying you can be as good as you want and not go to heaven just because you don't believe in a blood sacrifice that we committed. That's barbarianism. The barbarians believe that. That's why they can go around the world killing people, torturing them, because they was teaching they people in the Roman Empire, it don't matter if you do wrong, we'll just have a sacrifice tonight that'll cleanse us. So when you say, well, Jesus paid for all of our sins, you're speaking as a member of the Roman Empire. When you say our, you're speaking from the mindset of a barbarian that have chose to be part of that lawless system, because that's all a barbarian is. It is a person that is part of a lawless culture. The barbarians didn't practice Christianity. They practice lawlessness. That's Satanism, thinking that you can just kill a nigga and steal a nigga land because you killed the dude. Well, I can steal all of your land, even though it's wrong, because we tortured this guy the other day and he was our blood sacrifice. Y'all literally following a barbaric system and don't know it. A lawless system. It'll allow for you to escape the law. In the old world, there was nothing you can do to escape the wrong you done. You're going to pay for it. And I like that. I like it. Everything I done wrong to everybody in my life, I want to pay for it. You know why? I feel guilt for that shit. I deserve to pay for it. Guess what? I'm going to tell you what's crazy about it. I'm not going to be at peace until I pay for it. You know why? I'm not a barbarian. A barbarian can do something to you and be at peace without paying for it. On the opposite hand, if I do something wrong to you, I can't really be at peace till I pay for it. See, y'all practicing barbarianism and lawless culture. Shout out to Black Magic 777. What do you feel about Islam? All forms of the Abrahamic faith are just them literally interpreting these archetypes. Allah's symbol is a serpent. Let me show it to you. So as you can see here, Allah's symbol is a serpent. And the staff is right there. Remember, you got two symbols, the serpent and the staff. So you got the serpent right here and the staff. So what I think about Islam, it's just another system in another region of the world that they use to literally interpret the truth. And they got people on their knees marching around a cube when the real God is inside of us. So ain't nobody escaping. All of these Abrahamic faiths are literal interpretations of ancient symbols, and the literal interpretation create religious believers versus awakened souls. But shout out to you. Thank you for the question. It allowed me to give clarity.